resilience of COVID-19 pandemic impact. At the beginning of September, we also have the EU, Japan, US, Taiwan restructuring industry forum. So we would like to enhance collaboration between industries, and we can enhance policies to expand opportunities for bilateral collaboration. And thank you again for making your time for Day Summit, which is going to take 2 days. And our bureau in the future will continue to push and promote the e-commerce alignment both here locally and with the international trend. And I believe our fantastic speaker lineup is going to make sure that you stay on top of the latest trend. And I wish you a fruitful event. Thank you.
戴婉容主任秘书的致辞，谢谢。Thank you once again to Amelia Dai, Chief Secretary, Bureau of Foreign Trade。那接下来呢，我们要有请2020年 Day Summit 大会的合作伙伴金周刊梁永煌发行人也上台致辞，我们掌声欢迎。Next, please welcome 永煌梁 Publisher of Business Today。
黄董事长、叶秘书长。
President Huang, Director General Dai. Good morning, everyone. Our guests, honorable guests, we know that Business Today and Taitra are strategic partners, so we have a partner. I start with a keyword because we're now 3 quarters into 2020. At the end of the year, they choose the word of the year. What is the year? What do you think the word would be today? And Chairman Huang already said COVID-19, digital transformation, and in my personal opinion would be the Sino-US trade war. The Sino-US trade war started in March 2018, but this year the people and the businesses in Taiwan really felt the impact. I don't know if you agree with it, but I believe Foxconn and the 800,000 stock shareholders really agree because they have all seen, including TSMC and ASUS, all have seen a rise in stock. Only Foxconn saw a decrease in the stock price of 13%, which is the consequence of Sino-US trade war. In the future, with AI, 5G, and digital transformation, when IoT, AI, and 5G have all penetrated, I'm sure everyone will understand. Due to some technical difficulties, interpreters cannot hear what is being said right now in the conference room and thus unable to interpret.
Yeah. 背面就可以看得到哦，下面的那一个 QR code 呢，就可以进入到线上的数位平台。那上面的，回来了 ，OK， 好，发行人再交给你。
对，就这在
So, with AI, IoT, and 5G fully penetrated, the ICT security will be the most important topic. So, trust or lack of trust will be the top priority for all decision making. The US does not trust China, which is the essence of the trade war, which is why the impact has increased. Taiwan has a proud technology industry, and we have a lot of connections in the United States and China as well, a lot of at stake. So we have to choose a side, from TSMC establishing its plant in the United States to the Taiwan companies moving out of China to the TSMC not being able to sell its chip to Huawei anymore. So this is the result of choosing sides. We can see this is the most important time when we are reconstructing our supplier chain. In August this year, our cover story at Business Today was about Foxconn, and it was about China encouraging or forcing, in fact, the Taiwan companies to work with China companies, which forced Taiwan companies to relocate to the Southeast Asia companies. Apple is complying by the United States policy as well as China policies, and encouraged by Apple, the Taiwan companies must invest accordingly. So we can see the increasingly fierce trade war has led a lot of people to uncomfortable choices. But Taitra made a very important choice, because in the future, if you're going to sell products to China, it will be produced in China. If you're going to sell to places outside of China, according to Trump's policy at the moment, you need to produce it outside of China. So, for example, companies like Apple require Taiwan suppliers to have factories in places like Indonesia. So Taitra established the Taiwan US Trade Alliance last month to diversify our corporations in the future, and over 1,000 Taiwan and US companies joined the alliance. I think this is very significant for 2020 and also for 2021. So a round of applause to Taitra. Under the trade war, another another pillar would be digital transformation. Transformation has been a trend for many years, but the development this year, just as our chairman and deputy president already said, in the part this year is not just rapid, but flying in speed. So we can see under this trend, the development of e-commerce is very quickly as well, because with this development, the whole supply chain has changed as well. What was impossible yesterday may be possible today. So early this month, we did another cover story of Taiwan quality products taking on the world. And that is with our digital, that story was on our digital platform. I think everybody is familiar with the Jiade pineapple cake. We talked about how its sales and revenue increased by 50 times. They produce on the day and sell on the and ship out on the same day. In the past, no platform has been able to do this, but with the Taiwan Good Food platform, they were able to accept the orders first, data produce, and ship it out in one day. And if you're purchasing from Hong Kong, you can receive it in 3 days. With this platform, they were able to ship to 13 countries. And I'm sure with Taitra and I carry these direct e-commerce platforms and the Bureau of Foreign Trade all together, we are taking the Taiwan businesses forward in a fast speed. In the future, we will be hearing more stories like Jiade. Today, we are all focused on digital transformation. I'm sure with all of our dozen or so experts that will be sharing with us their experiences today, will be able to for us to see more clearly our directions in the future so that we can go from digital 1.0 to 2.0, even to 3.0 and 4.0. I wish this State Summit a great success. Thank you very much.
下加入我们2020年 Day Summit 的揭幕仪式，各位现场贵宾，接下来呢是我们2020年 Day Summit 数位商务大趋势国际会谈的揭幕仪式哦，我们要邀请几位重要的贵宾以及我们讲者的代表再次回到舞台上。Now we'd like to invite our speakers and also distinguished guests back to the stage again for the opening of 2020 Day Summit。我们首先呢要再次有请外贸协会黄志芳董事长，我们掌声欢迎。Let's welcome once again James Huang, Chairman of TAITRA， 有请。我们同时呢也要邀请经济部国际贸易局戴婉容主任秘书 ，and also would like to welcome Amelia Wan Rong Dai, Chief Secretary, Bureau of Foreign Trade. Please also join us on the stage. 有请。接下来呢，我们请几位讲者的代表哦。首先有请台湾西门子艾伟总裁暨执行长。Next, we'd like to invite Eldar Alver, President and CEO of Siemens Taiwan. 欧洲在台商务协会尹荣理事长 Giuseppe Izzo, Chairman of ECCT. Please also join us on the stage. 接下来呢，我们有请日商恩佩 AFT 台湾分公司角源有树总经理 Kakumoto さん。どうぞ壇上にお上がりください。ありがとうございます。有請 Yuki Kakumoto, Branch Manager of Net Protections。接下来呢，我们要邀请的是未来市 XR Space 陶运志总经理 Sting Tao, President of XR Space， 以及爱实境 iStation 李忠斌创办人 Johnny Lee，Founder of iStation。好的，我们台上的这个董事长以及贵宾呢。主秘，我们手上呢都有拿着一条缎带了哦。那我解释一下，我们等一下呢会倒数5秒，5、4、3、2、1的时候呢，要请您往前一拉，就象征我们2020年 Day Summit 数位商务大趋势国际会谈正式揭开序幕。By the count of 5, please pull down the curtain and to open 2020 Day Summit. Okay? All right? 好，那接下来我们一起倒数，邀请现在也在收看直播的全世界的好朋友们一起倒数哦。那我们有很多外国的贵宾，我们用英文来倒数哦。Let's count down in English. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2020 Day Summit is now started. 2020年 Day Summit 数位商务大趋势国际会谈正式开始。好，我们有请贵宾呢到舞台中间 ，Please stand to the center of the stage. Let's have a photo first. 我们请站向舞台的中间哦，一起来合照。And now we are also passing some signs of Day Summit, digital commerce, digital economy. 好，我们拿着这个道具板呢，一起看向前方的镜头来合照。First of all, look at the cameras in front of you. Yes. 好，接下来看向右边 ，and then to your right, please. 接下来看向左边 ，then to your left. And then back to the middle again. 再次回到中间的镜头。我们后方也有大会的摄影师哦。Look at the cameras in the very back. Yes. 好，我们试试再次的掌声，谢谢参加我们揭幕仪式的台上的董事长、主秘以及贵宾。Once again, thank you so much. You may return to your seats right now. Thank you. 我们谢谢台上的贵宾，我们先请董事长、主秘以及台上的贵宾呢先行回座，有请。就像是刚才董事长、像是主秘以及发行人所提到的。我们2020年呢是有许多变化的一年哦。那变化的一年呢，当然需要许多的好伙伴。所以接下来呢，我们还有一张照片哦，要邀请刚才的几位贵宾以及所有的讲师呢都到台上来哦。 And now we are going to do an even bigger photo, all right? 那我们首先呢，要有请我们几位讲师的代表，玉山科技徐玉仁秘书长，有请。我们工作人员呢协助代位一下。We'd like to welcome Jason Shi, Secretary General of Mount Jade Technology and Science Association. 未来是 XR Space 陶运志总经理，有请。我们再次欢迎 Sting Tao, President of XR Space. 丰达科技李立航独立董事 Matthew Lee, Independent Board Member of NAPCO. 有请。伟门智威邓博文董事总经理 Evan Deng, Managing Director of Wonderman Thompson Taiwan. 有请。西动智能 ALO 沈书伟执行长 Big Shen, CEO of ALO. 有请。威摩科技 WeMo 吴新佩执行长 Jeffrey Wu, CEO of WeMo Scooter. Please also join us on stage. 有请。接下来我们欢迎宣传陈新豪执行长 Jason Chen, CEO of Just Kitchen. Tap Pay 乔瑞庄凡哲执行长 Stephen Zhuang, CEO of Cherry Tech. 有请。Food Panda 愉悦勋营运总监，有请 Nick Yu, Operations Director of Food Panda. 日商恩佩角元有树总经理 Yuki Kakumoto, Branch Manager of Net Protections. Please join us again on the stage. 接下来我们欢迎数位经济产业发展协会詹婷副理事长 Nicole Jan, Vice Chairperson of DITA. Please also join us on the stage. 有请。那接下来呢，我们请唱名道的贵宾站在我们的第一排哦。接下来我们欢迎外贸协会数位商务处陈林君处长。We'd like to welcome Lin Jun Chen, Executive Director of Department of Digital Commerce, Taitra. 有请。接着欢迎 BCG 冯博坚全球合伙人 Jimmy Feng, Global Partner of BCG. iStation 李忠斌创办人 Johnny Lee, Founder of iStation. Please also join us on the stage. 台湾西门子 Aldo Albert, President and CEO of Siemens Taiwan. Please also join us on the stage. Thank you so much. 接着我们欢迎外贸协会林芳苗副秘书长 Executive Vice President of Taitra, Eleanor Lin. 外贸协会王希蒙副秘书长 Executive Vice President of Taitra, Mr. Simon Wang. 接着我们有请欧洲在台商务协会理事长 Giuseppe Izzo, Chairman of ECCT. 外贸协会叶明水秘书长 President and CEO of Taitra, Walter Ye. 接着我们要邀请金周刊梁永煌发行人 Publisher of Business Today, 永煌亮。经济部国际贸易局戴婉容主任秘书 Amelia 万荣 Dai, Chief Secretary Bureau of Foreign Trade, 以及外贸协会黄志芳董事长 and Chairman of Taitra, Mr. James Huang. 好的，大家可以看到，包括我以及台上的贵宾呢，都已经戴上我们这一次 Day Summit 2020年特制的口罩，我们一起防疫，一起找寻防疫后以及疫情之后的新生活。Okay, let's have a photo together, everyone. 我们先看向中间的镜头 ，Please look at the cameras in front of you. 接下来看向右边 to your right. 看向左边 to your left. And then back to the middle. 再次回到中间，要看向我们后方大会摄影师的镜头哦。Look at the cameras. In the very back, everyone. All right, one more. Yes. 好，我们试试再次热烈的掌声，给参与我们2020年 Day Summit 的所有的讲师、所有的贵宾。Thank you once again to all our speakers and VIP guests on the stage. Thank you so much. You may return to your seats. 再次谢谢我们现场这么多的长官贵宾呢，特别莅临2020年 Day Summit 数位商务大趋势国际会谈呢。Thank you once again. 那接下来呢，我们就要开始正式进入到我们2020年 Day Summit 的议程了。 我们分成几大的主题哦，要邀请数位经济以及数位商务领域的专家来跟我们分享。And next, we are going to move on to the first topic of 2020 Date Summit. 后疫情时代数位新生活 New Life in Digital Economy After Pandemic。我们这个阶段呢，要首先有请行政院唐凤数位政务委员哦，他先录制了一段影片，要为我们这一个主题场次呢来开场。And to open this session, we are very happy to have a recorded message from Audrey Tang, Digital Minister of Taiwan. 我们掌声欢迎唐政委。
各位贵宾、各位讲者，大家好！很高兴能够获得主办单位的邀请，让我能够用远距预录的方式来参与这场论坛。微软的萨提亚·纳德拉曾经说过，在未来，每一家企业都是科技公司。数位转型跟采用哪一套软体没有什么关系，而是有没有真的以数位化角度来思考组织的未来。疫情的出现更加加速了这样子的发展趋势。这样子的趋势影响的不是只有企业以及个人，我们的政府运作、公共服务的制定跟提供，也都必须进行数位转型。举例来说，口罩的分配，从最开始，也就是大家必须配合药局的营业时间，现场购买，陆续增加了线上预购、超商取货，这样就不会白跑一趟，而且取货时间相对自由。那么再到超商取货的时候，又可以在 N+1续购下一期，又节省了一次出门的时间。再到甚至还可以把自己不需要的额度用来响应政府对其他国家所进行的口罩人道援助。这整个过程具体而为地展现出政府、企业跟社会部门在面对问题的时候，可以如何应用数位技术进行互相的沟通，找出解法，并且共同实现。从这一点来看，政府跟企业不仅是伙伴，也是共同学习的对象。在努力调试数位转型的过程里面，我们可以相辅相成。最后，预祝各位今年的 Day Summit 数位商务大趋势国际会谈圆满顺利。各位嘉宾身体健康 ，Live long and prosper。
掌声，谢谢。唐凤数位政务委员为我们这个场次的引言哦。Thank you once again to Audrey Tang, Digital Minister of Taiwan, for her introductory talk to this session. 那接下来呢，我们邀请到几位讲者哦，来跟我们分享一下他们对于后疫情时代数位新生活的这个看法以及见解哦。Next, to share their takes on the new life in digital economy after pandemic.We're going to firstly invite the speaker from Siemens, pioneer in energy efficiency, industrial productivity, affordable and personalized healthcare, and intelligence infrastructure solutions. 接下来呢，我们首先有请电子以及电机产品的全球业界先驱，台湾西门子爱维总裁暨执行长。Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Aldo Alver, President and CEO of Siemens Taiwan. 掌声欢迎。
Good. Honorable leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear media friends, good morning. 早安。Great to be here. Thank you for inviting me and giving me the chance to speak about this very important topic. I am representing Siemens. Siemens is a German technology company. So I will talk about technologies. The two major topics are somehow represented on this picture. So if you watch this picture, you see, of course, besides Taipei, certain elements I will talk about. The blue lines linking different areas means connecting things together. The other element you see on the right side is, well, 01s representing the digital representation, for example, of a building. We call it also digital twin. So those are, in fact, two important concepts I will talk about. And also here we're talking about connect and digitalize. Those are technologies which should help us to cope with challenges coming through the crisis we are going through. The one has been mentioned already, many times, the Corona crisis, and about the other one I will talk about. Again, digitalization has been mentioned, in fact, the keyword of the year, and it is, in fact, changing our lives. And it's transforming everything. The way we buy things, the way how we get informed, the way how we manufacture are changed. The pace of innovation, ability to disrupt, and ability to adapt to changes are becoming key success factors in the global competition. And that what I just said, the ability to adapt are even becoming one of the key topics and key, again, success factors to really survive. You might know this famous word from Charles Darwin, who said once, not the most strongest, nor the most intelligent ones who will survive, only those who are able to adapt to the changes. And that is, in fact, here, the key word, adaptability, is the game changer. So we're going through a phase of crisis, going through a phase of digitalization. So we need to adapt ourselves, our businesses, to those changes and prepare ourselves the time after the crisis. And I will talk about two, again, major crises. The one has been mentioned many times, and you see my picture already. This is the one who is indeed accelerating the digital transformation. And this is on one hand positive, because we are now speeding up things which will help us to do things better. But on the other hand, it is time for us really to embrace the digital transformation and prepare the life after the crisis. So this is the one crisis we're talking about. The other one, which is not mentioned today, but I like to mention, we are now trying to flatten the curve for COVID-19, but we shouldn't forget the other crisis we are going through. Those who are watching the news might know what is going on in the US. On the west side is the picture in the middle, and on the east side, we are talking about the Sally. You might know this is the typhoon coming. So climate change is another big crisis we are going through. And also here, again, the technologies I have just mentioned in the beginning will help, again, to combat those crises by making things more efficient, by helping us to save CO2 emissions, which is the major driver of climate change, by the way. And also, again, here we need to flatten the curve of rising warming, global warming. So those are, in fact, things I like to talk about. And I will focus on those 4 key sectors. And again, my company is providing solutions to cope with those challenges. And I will pick up a couple of examples and share with you what we can do first to survive the crisis. On the other hand, how we can prepare ourselves and make our life better than before. And once again, digitalization and connectivity are, in fact, the key enablers to cope with the challenges we are facing in those days, and I have just introduced. So I will start going through with the first one about cutting-edge technologies in the digital age, which should help us or can help us to make things, to run things better in our cities. And as you know, urbanization is one of another mega trends. We are, in fact, having cities which are growing and growing day by day. Today, more people are living in cities than before. So how can we make cities more efficient? And here, the trend, the city of the future will be interconnected. Remember my cover page? And here, we are also talking about City 4.0, which is somehow related to Industry 4.0, where we're connecting different elements which are involved in manufacturing process. The same we are doing here in the cities. In different infrastructure elements in cities, be it buildings, be it smart grid, be it transportation, can be connected, and all the data generated from intelligent sensors can be used to run things in a more efficient way. And with this, again, save energy, reduce CO2 emissions, but also in the phase of pandemic in which we are going through, which can help us to trace things and also help to stop the spreading of the virus by sending proper alarms, what we're also experiencing in Taiwan, which has worked very nicely. So those are technologies which can help us again here to make things better. And I will share with you 2-3 concrete concepts. The one related to the mobility in cities. We are talking also about shared autonomous mobile infrastructure. Today, we are experiencing a lot of congestion in cities due to a lot of traffics. And if we link things together, if we equip our infrastructure with the relevant sensors, and if the cars can run autonomously, we know that we can reduce the congestions by 90%. Accidents can be reduced by 80%. CO2 emissions, which is caused also by traffic, can be reduced up to 40%. So those are important elements which we can do. And here we are happy to provide our technologies. We did it in 85 countries. And also here, my colleagues are working with a city in Danhai and introducing this autonomous driving concept by having the 5G technology and utilizing it to provide autonomous driving systems here in Taiwan. So that is the one example. Another example, again, related to traffic, we have a lot of buses today, which is good to have the transportation, but they're all running still with old technologies. Good news is Taiwan has decided to have all the buses in the future run by e-systems, by electric motors by 2030. So that is good. For them, we will need, of course, proper charging systems. And also here, we need to have a very efficient, which can help us to connect the different mobility elements with the bus system. And that is here our solution, which we are providing, which can help us to load the batteries of buses 4 to 10 minutes, and then the bus can further run. And also here, my colleagues are talking to different cities in Taiwan, including Taipei, how we can support the city leaders to provide a proper infrastructure and feature which can help again to run the buses with this technology. So those are 2 examples. Another one, in fact, as I said, today, a lot of things are separated. Smart grid is separated from the buildings. In future, we know those things will be linked. Buildings can consume energy, but also generate energy through solar panels and other elements on the roofs. And those energy can be used in the building, but if it doesn't need, it can be sold back to the smart grid. And so that's the example I'm sharing with you. And here we're also talking about not producers, not consumers, from prosumers. So buildings become energy prosumers. And this is an example which we did in a small city in New Brunswick in Canada, where the buildings are connected to the smart grid, can utilize the energy in low times and build batteries. And in rush hours, for example, this energy can be used to reduce, again, the pressure on the smart grid, and with this provide a better, let's say, balanced power system in the smart grid. So those are 2 other examples. And buildings. In fact, we're spending most of our times in buildings. Buildings can be equipped with sensors and intelligent systems which can help. For example, in this pandemic time, we can equip the buildings with proper sensors where it can measure the temperature of people when they come in. Or we can also help facility managers to provide the information where we need, for example, a certain information, and which we can also distribute to the users of a building. So there are different elements which we can utilize in buildings. And we have done it in Taiwan in many areas, but also my colleagues provide one of our biggest customers, which helps them to increase the productivity by around 50%. So there are a lot of, again, building technologies which can help to run the buildings in a more efficient way, save energy on one hand, but also provide safety for its users. So those are couple of examples from the area of city infrastructure. Now I'm moving on to the next block, which is related to manufacturing industry. And here I will introduce you the one concept which is quite key for smart manufacturing, or what we also call Industry 4.0. And here I have a animation I ask you to watch. This is the concept of what we call digital twin. With digital twin, we start to build a model of the product what we want to manufacture. So that is the first twin. So we need powerful digital system which can help us to model the product what we want to build. With this, we can simulate certain functions of the product. So that is the first twin, what we also call virtual product. Now we want to manufacture the product. So now we can build the twin of the production. So that is the second twin, what we also call virtual production. And those are concepts which can help us to elaborate on the functions of the product, but also test certain functions in the manufacturing. And after having all this, we can move on and have the real production, as you see in the animation. And after manufacture the product, we will have the real product. So those are, in fact, two important steps after it. And we're also talking about real production, respectively, the real product. And that is so-called the performance twin of the production, respectively, the product. Now, very important in this step, we can now link from the performance twin to the product, respectively production twin, and learn from the real performance of the product, respectively production, and optimize our product, respectively the production. So those are important concepts which we can only do if we connect different things, different phases, and use digital tools, digital technologies. Just to share with you the concept of digital twin. We have done a couple of projects, and the recent example, what my colleagues did with one of our customers, the Terra Autotech, to help them to design their product and production for the masks. It's called the Mask 4.0, which is in fact quite nice without the straps, especially if you're wearing glasses, it's sometimes cumbersome, right? So this is very innovative mask which has been designed, respectively the production has been done with the digital twin of our company. So just to share with you the examples. I will share with you another two key technologies which are, of course, linked and combined together. The one is the industrial artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is, in fact, used now in many areas. In every smartphone you're having, you have different functions, which is in fact, very common. But industrial area, which is very key, and certain things can be done much better with technologies coming from industrial AI. During manufacturing, we are generating huge amount of data. This data can be used, for example, to recognize failures in the production or optimize the production. Like here with the robots. Today we have to, tell the robots how to perform different steps. In future, robots will learn from the data we are giving in, and we just tell them what to do, and they will decide how to do it in a more efficient and energy-saving way. So that is just an example. And here in Taiwan, we are collaborating with MIC to provide solutions using AI and augmented reality in the factory operation. So this is another key area where we're working on. The next one, which is coming, 5G. And again, we are talking about connecting and using digital technologies. With 5G, things will run much faster. We will have much more sensors which we can utilize in manufacturing process. And with this, we will, of course, be able to run the manufacturing operations in a more efficient way. And this is something where we are doing in Taiwan. My colleagues are working with some customers and helping to prepare them for the upcoming industrial 5G phase. As you might know, 5G will be used in public, but also in private industries, and that is an example from the private area. So those are technologies. The last one, which is also related to, again, the pandemic phase, we have software which we can provide to our customers, which can help, again, the new normal, what we call, and which can help us, for example, to ensure proper distancing in the manufacturing area, but also ensure that we can trace back certain, chains. If there's an infection happens, that we know who has been where, and this is, I believe, a very important feature and software which we're utilizing. And my colleagues have applied this already in some manufacturing sites in US, and of course we are also ready to apply it here in Taiwan. So those are a couple of technologies coming from industrial area, and once again, key concept is connect and digitalize. Last but not least, energy. Now we are also seeing the importance of energy. I mean, digitalization doesn't help if we don't have proper energy supply. And therefore, this is another very key area where we need to really have proper energy supply in different areas. And we know, in fact, my that's not me. Can we go back to my slide? Back. Can I do it? All right. Now it's good. That's good. Okay. Now, this picture on the right side shows also how the future of energy systems will look like. We will have, on one hand, wind farms, like in Taiwan, offshore farms, on the other hand, solar farms, and energy storage, and they all will be linked, connected with each other. So we need, again, a smart grid system, energy management system, which can help to balance the energy system depending on the needs. There are times where we might have the energy from the renewables, then we will be able to use it, but there will be times which will be not possible. So that means we need a flexible grid with a firm capacity of available electricity at each time. So this can only be managed, again, by intelligent software tools, and that is something which we are working on. My colleagues are working with TPC, providing smart meters to make the grid operations more reliable and more flexible, and make the smart grid possible in future. The next example from energy generation. Gas-fired power plants will be still needed. As said, not always we have the wind, respectively solar energy available. Therefore, we need high-efficient gas power plants. And here, AI technologies can help to run the turbines in a more efficient way. Our colleagues in our Siemens Energy Group develop algorithms based on neural networks, so AI algorithms, which can help to optimize the combustion process in a gas turbine, combustion process where you're burning the gas and generating energy. And with this, reduce the NOx emissions up to 20%. With another algorithm, we can also optimize the performance of the gas turbine by extending the maintenance intervals, and which also help to save around 16% cost by maintenance. And we have already assisted TPC and equipped several power plants, among others, Nampu Power Plant, with our latest technologies, which help, again, to reduce the CO2 NOx emissions by 60% and CO2 emissions by 400,000 tons annually. Once again, that is a measure to combat with the climate change I have introduced in the very beginning. One of the last technologies, offshore wind and wind turbines. They can also be operated in a more efficient way using algorithms. As you know, wind might change its direction. And if I have proper algorithms which can also optimize the positioning of the wind turbines, and with this generate more energy from the wind turbines as usual. That's the one aspect. Another aspect also, I can utilize the sensors, the data generated from the sensors, to the proper maintenance in proper intervals. With this, I can also optimize the operations of our wind turbines. And also here, proudly to tell that we are contributing substantially to Taiwan's offshore sector, and my colleagues from Siemens Gamesa have been already contracted to set up to 2 gigawatts of offshore wind farms here in Taiwan. Now, you remember I'm talking about connecting the different things. Now we have talked about renewable energy, respectively, the city infrastructure, buildings. Now, how we can connect those things with renewable energy. Today, in cities, in transportation, for example, in buildings, we use mostly the energy generated from conventional power plants. Now, the concept for the future is here, we are talking about power to X. And it is, as we said, we are setting up offshore wind farms, which is good, which is nice. Imagine one day we have 5+ gigawatt offshore wind farms, and they're all running and generating energy. And what do we do if we don't need all of them? Now the question comes how we can store and use them in different industries, and that is the concept what I'm introducing in the slide. The one thing is we can generate energy from renewables, be it offshore farms, be it solar, and utilize it, for example, in the transportation for charging our e-cars or electric buses, as I have introduced. Another one, we can utilize this energy also for the operations, be it in manufacturing, be it in buildings. That is the example from Germany. They are heating more. Here in Taiwan, we are cooling more. So heating, again, power to heat, respective of power to cool. And what is if we don't need all? We have to save it somewhere. And the major concept here, we talk about power to gas, generate from renewable energy, hydrogen. And hydrogen, as you might know, is the most cleanest energy source what we can have. Because if you burn hydrogen, the emission is just water, right? So the concept is utilize the renewable energy, generate hydrogen, and later on use it as a storage system and, use, for example, for mobility, for charging cars, or for industrial, respectively, applications in buildings. So that is the concept which we are working on, my colleagues working on, and that is, again, one of the key elements where we're talking about digital technologies on one hand, but also connecting the different infrastructure elements, connecting the different technologies, and of course also connecting the people. So that is the key concept to survive the crisis we're going through, but also thrive after the crisis which we're going through in those days. That was my speech. I hope it is clear. Again, major concept here related to digitalization, but also connecting different things to make the things better in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Erno Elver, President and CEO of Siemens Taiwan. And thank you so much for your very informative talk. Thank you for sharing so much about some of the latest technologies and also trends that we definitely have to look into for the future. Thank you. 我们再次谢谢台湾西门子艾维总裁暨执行长分享西门子的经验以及几个最重要的趋势以及新的技术。Thank you once again. 那接下来呢，我们要有请欧洲在台商务协会尹荣理事长来跟我们分享一下这个欧洲的观点Next to share with us the European view, we are very happy to invite Giuseppe Izzo, Chairman of European Chamber of Commerce Taiwan. 我们掌声有请尹荣理事长。Let's welcome him.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning. Taja Sao An. I was asked to talk about life in a post-pandemic world and the role of artificial intelligence, 5G, and other technologies in the digital transformation. But I think we should first take a step back and ask some fundamental questions about what we want the future economy and society to be like, and what kind of the world we want to leave for our children. Many of the technologies we have created and developed over the past 50 years have produced enormous benefits and enabled huge advances in convenience and efficiency. However, they also have created dark sides and have directly created or enabled some vicious side effects. I will not pretend to have all the answers, but the first step to working out the solutions is to properly articulate the problems. When European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen took office less than a year ago, she laid out 3 priorities: a European Green Deal to tackle climate change, an economy that works for people, and Europe fit for the digital age. President von der Leyen deserves full credit for identifying the defining challenges of our time, even before the COVID-19 pandemic. The first thing we have to acknowledge is that our current economic system is not working for the planet and the majority of people. Economists, especially the neoliberals, say that minimal regulation promotes faster social development and that economic growth leads to rising prosperity. But in the last 20 years, the world has enjoyed some of the fastest growth in history, while inequality has grown and living standards have fallen in many countries, even in the wealthiest countries in the world, okay? A tiny percentage of people in the world have become extremely rich, while most still have very little or nothing. Hundreds of millions of people work very long hours, while others are unemployed. When it comes to climate change, the ideas of modern economists have brought devastating consequences for everyone. What is happening to the planet's atmosphere is a direct result of this current economic model. To achieve growth requires, in today's concepts, the extraction of ever more resources and the use of more and more energy. 80% of the energy comes from fossil fuels. This is causing the pollution that is changing the world's climate, as we all know. And to feed the economic model, we are destroying natural environments at such a rate that it is causing mass extinctions of species. We do not yet know the precise cause of the COVID-19, but we can say for certain that when we destroy forests and wetlands and raise animals in enclosed spaces on factory farms, we create ideal conditions for pathogens to jump from animals to humans. We depend on nature for our survival, yet our economic system is destroying it. If we want to save the planet and the economy, there is no option but to switch to completely circular business models. That means closing all loops in the value chain so that every resource is valued and used sparingly and always either reused or refurbished or recycled in perpetuity. Now, the good news is that more and more people are waking up to this reality. No serious leader today will claim that climate change is not real and that inequality is not the problem. Investors are increasingly focusing on environmental, social, and governance factors, including treating suppliers fairly and respecting employee rights. This trend has gathered pace during the pandemic amid concerns about rising inequality and Black Lives Matter protest movement. But we are still having trouble coming up with viable solutions. Technology can certainly help to resolve some problems, but it is not a silver bullet that can fix everything. I believe the coronavirus pandemic has been a wake-up call for all of us. And hopefully, we can learn the right lessons from this pandemic. The digital economy promises great things, but it also brings with it a minefield of dangers that have to be addressed. The internet has given everyone in the world access to a wealth of information and services. But the ability to share and spread valuable information has also made possible the spreading of misinformation and conspiracy theories, the so-called fake news that we all know in Taiwan. The business models of social media companies are designed to keep people on their platforms as long as possible, obviously for the advertising purposes. E-commerce, on the one hand, brings great convenience to consumers. It gives all producers access to the huge global market, while all consumers have access to a great variety of products at the click of a mouse. But in practice, large platforms have been able to play game algorithms to favor their own brands and products. Certain players have been able to create almost monopoly control of the market, making it almost impossible for small players to break in. If not monopolies, they have defined duopolies or oligopolies that are in fact monopolies. What is happening in the digital economy has happened in many other sectors of the economy. While in theory, the capitalism was supposed to allow access to everyone to free marketplace so that best ideas, products, and services win, the rules of the game have been shaped to allow the big players to crush or swallow up the small ones. Has this really benefited the consumers or the market itself? What about the startups? Are they many? Are they more? In the same way, automation has led to rapid improvements in speed and efficiency of production. Many types of consumer goods, from appliances to electronic devices to clothing, have become much cheaper. However, there are trade-offs to this new era of cheap goods. When doing a search or shopping online, consumers see a large variety of products at cheap prices. But the consequences of these new convenience are not visible to the end consumer. Happen again. Okay. So actually, I work in the semiconductor field. With my company, we make microphones. When you, when you use our products, they do not shut down, okay? Okay, sorry about that. It's a small joke. So I was saying that when doing a search on or shopping online, consumers see a large variety of products at cheap prices. But the consequences of this new convenience are not visible to all of us. We do not see that the high quality shirt we buy was made by a factory, say in Bangladesh, that barely, that company barely pays the workers enough to survive. We do not see that because while the online provider is sourcing its shirt from one factory in Bangladesh, another clothing factory, say in Malaysia or in my country, in Italy, when it's going out of business and is laying off 100 workers because could not compete with factory in Bangladesh. This is, of course, one of the greatest problems of an increasingly automated and digital economy. How do we take care of people left behind? Who is responsible for these 100 people in Malaysia or in Italy being laid off? If the government is to take care of them, how will this be paid for? Once again, I do not claim to have the answers to these questions, but I am sure that finding a solution to these questions is critically important. Once people lose their livelihoods, and I can tell you that I have witnessed it, okay, in my country, Italy, okay, a decay into poverty starts with gigantic problems like homelessness, malnutrition, diseases, violence, lack of education, and lack of upward mobility. And as the coronavirus pandemic has shown us, when there are problems in one part of the world, sooner or later, they will impact other parts of the world. Besides e-commerce, the pandemic has also opened the door for a number of new types of businesses. ICT hardware and software players see huge sales as people have been forced to stay home, working, shopping, and entertaining themselves using electronic devices. These are indeed boom times for companies that provide digital services or digital products, as we witness in Taiwan. Video conferencing, online learning, social media, and streaming entertainment products and services are just few of the examples of these new booming situations. The pandemic has also sped up the proliferation of delivery services, as we have seen also in the morning here. Uber Eats and Foodpanda are very visible in Taipei, especially in the traffic in Taipei, okay? But the worker delivering the meals has to work 10 hours a day to make a decent wage. He has no breaks or social insurance. To increase the number of deliveries, he often goes over the speed limit and runs red lights. Because he is usually tired, this increases the risk of a traffic accident. Then there is the environmental impact of e-commerce. Every meal purchase requires travels and packaging, which is usually not possible to recycle. A meal delivery requires a long ride from somewhere else in the city to the restaurant to pick up the order and then deliver it to the end customer, burning petrol and wasting so much packaging in the process. Of course, it would be cruel to deny people confined to their homes a tasty meal. But why does an office worker in normal times, like in Taipei, need to order a meal from Foodpanda when the restaurant she wants to order from is 1 block away from the office? It would be healthier for her or for him and the environment if she or he took a walk to the restaurant. It would be better for the environment if she ate in the restaurant using reusable utensils, and it would be better for her or his mental health if she took a break from work rather than eat at her desk. Speaking of work, we need to rethink the way we work today. The pandemic has shown that a lot of work can be done remotely, and many people seem to prefer working from home. This does not mean the end of the non-home office, but it does mean that every company needs to rethink its own purpose and needs. Governments on which some of the burden will fall if the pandemic persists are encouraging people back to work, by which they mean back to the office. But data recently shown by the Economist suggests that only 50% of people in 5 big European countries spend every workday in the office, and 25% remain at home full time. This may be because people are still afraid of working in confined spaces during the pandemic. In addition, many white-collar workers would accept a pay cut if able to work from home. A paper published in 2017 by the American Economic Review found that workers were willing to accept an 8% pay cut to work from home, suggesting as a major benefit not having to spend so much time commuting to and from work or having to attend time-consuming meetings. On average, commuters have lower life satisfaction, lower levels of happiness, and higher anxiety than non-commuters. In current circumstances, however, it is hard to be sure whether home working or office working is more efficient. Many studies have shown that most of the time spent in meetings is not productive. Companies need to ask how much of what they have until now regarded as essential to jobs is really necessary. They may find that many things are really not essential. The extent to which home working remains popular long after the pandemic will depend on a bargain between companies and workers. It has long been argued that bringing together people under one roof promotes behavior conducive to new ideas. However, while it is true that so-called water cooler discussions can lead to great new breakthroughs, it does not happen very often. Actually, it does not happen the majority of the time. There is also wide variation between workers among workers in how much they enjoy working from home. And it depends on if that person has a dedicated office and desk space or not. In any case, across rich countries, about 40% of the workforce are in occupations that could be done from home, also in Taiwan. Okay? Indeed, it is uncertain whether the benefits of working from home can last for a sustained period of time. A study on Chinese call center workers recently found that eventually many people were desperate to get back to work, back to the office, at least some of the time, in part because they were lonely. In Japan, maybe even more people looking for going back to offices. The challenge for bosses then is to find ways of preserving and boosting employee happiness and innovation, even as home working becomes more common. One solution is to get everyone in the office a few days a month for brainstorming or similar activities. Another approach could be to arrange periodical company outings for this purpose. There are also companies that offer virtual offices, making it easier to communicate with colleagues rather than going through the trouble of scheduling a video call. In summary, companies will need to conduct an evaluation and come up with the best blend of office and working from anywhere that suits their needs. My time is over, and I am going to conclude saying that the COVID-19 has served as a wake-up call for the world. We need to learn the right lesson. Stop killing the planet and make a transition to renewable energy and circular business models. Technology can play a key role in this process, but only if it is used to serve the humanity and the planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Giuseppe Izzo, Chairman of ECCT. Thank you once again for your insights. Thank you。再次谢谢欧洲在台商务协会尹荣理事长的分享哦。那接下来呢，我们要邀请到台上来分享的是集创意、数据以及技术于一身的新型广告代理商，台湾伟门之威邓博文董事总经理哦。Ladies and gentlemen, next joining us on the stage, we're going to have Evan Deng, Managing Director of Wanderman Thompson Taiwan, a growth partner for ambitious brands, part agency, part consultancy, and part technology company. I hope we have no more shutdowns with the microphone this time, Evan.
I hope so.
Yeah.
好，大家好。
Hello, everyone. You're all wearing face masks, which can be quite challenging. I think we can be here under the same roof. It's actually quite incredible, and you can't see this elsewhere in the world. So give yourself a round of applause, please. I'm here today to talk about this 100 things that change the future. So we publish this report every year, which is a collection of the efforts of 200 offices across the globe. So it's actually quite an awkward moment that we published this report written before the pandemic, and it was published after the outbreak of the pandemic. So in the face of the post-pandemic world, I think a lot of the contents should be changed and modified. But regardless, the first chapter just says that it's a very promising future. But if you ask everyone now, will we still get the same answer? I think a lot of you would say yes, the future is still quite promising. So I only have 20 minutes. Therefore, this is my opening.
回动。
It's not moving. This is just a hello page. Okay, this is not moving. So next slide. I have a bar. Yeah, you did have a bar. So the rise of vital record. So you can drink the water right away from the sewer.
好，这个为什么这是影片？
The clip is actually a replacement of our actual event for the launch of the report, Future 100. So if you use search engine on Google, you can search for the 5 old foxes experience, and then you can find this clip. And today we're going to talk about the Future 100. I would like to highlight some of the content that are relevant to the pandemic. And we covered 10 areas in this report. I have 20 minutes to talk about these areas. The first area is culture. The report talk about new types of communities. So this is CureSpace 10. This is launched by a Space 10. It's actually a new type of community which aims to solve climate sustainability issues, energy issues, farming issues. So for communities, you have co-space sharing, having meals together, and having a self-sustainable economy, and all the villagers can actually buy a share of these community, and after a certain period of time the community members can have their share of ownership of this community. So this is actually a solution for the environmental sustainability issue and a long-term care issue, and every all kinds of services can be completed on cell phone screens. So this is the future that envision, and therefore they would like to promote social welfare, a happier society, and more efficient living environment. And second, I think this is actually quite a unique solution. So we have a lot of dating apps helping you finding your soulmate. Now we have a brand new service that is the coach for breakups. Why do we need a coach for breakups? So we know that people are stressed, heartbroken after a breakup. So how do we help those people to actually make it through the heartbreaking moments? Then you need a coach for that. There are face to face, one to one services. They help you to change your address, give you legal consultation, and help you to be reconnected with your social circle, because we know people can be very depressed after breakup. And there is also a, a trip after breakup, and innovation and technology. And in terms of preventive technology, I think this is very understandable that we all have this anxiety and sense of uncertainty in the face of our time. So for example, we can have a new type of keychain, and the keychain can help you to test the water quality. um, and also IKEA, I think, is going to launch a brand new curtain. So under the sun, the curtain can actually emit something that can decompose the bad elements in the air. And Samsung's uh, air cleaner also does the same thing, that improves the air quality of a room. So this is the preventive health technology. And a lot of young people, they think that in terms of the online social community, they are suffering from a lot of pressure. So it's very stressful that they need to be uh, always presenting the best side of them. So it's actually very stressful. So they would like to share the really real side of their life with a smaller circle of friends, rather than having everything about their life posted on uh, social media. So Instagram developed this kind of services, so you can actually share with a limited number of people in your social group. So this is actually quite a unique technology. For example, the pandemic actually give rise to the era or of e-commerce, but the consumers can see the products online, but they cannot touch it. Now we have a lot of sensory technologies being applied and invented, so they can actually solve the issue of so people can actually feel and touch the products on iPad. So in VR, through VR, in a virtual space, people can actually feel the weight and touch uh, of the product. To put it simply, this kind of touch experience can actually lead to more credibility. Instead of only seeing the product, you can also feel it. And tourism and environmental issues, I think this is also a hot trending topic. For example, Oslo Airport started construction in 2019. So they would like to build an airport that provide positive energy, which means that it not only generate energy, and they also supply the energy need of the neighboring communities. So this is actually under construction. And this is another unique project. Have you ever imagined that all the in-flight meals are actually from the market to your air in-flight trays? So we have this vertical farm, which uh, can be set up very close to the airport. So 2 hours before your flight is airborne, then you can have this from farm to your tray table meals. Just imagine that. If you can actually imagine the freshly picked vegetables from a farm that is not far from away from the airport, I think that can be quite amazing experience. And also we have the vocabularies of single people, like older generation would urge you to get married, to find a boyfriend or girlfriend. So this is actually no longer a trend. Over 80% of people, they volunteer out of their own will. They want to stay single because they enjoy the liberty and freedom of being single. They prefer to enjoy their own company. So we see that the vocabulary around being single has changed, and that also lead to some commercial opportunities, and also a fair interactive interface. Have you ever thought about the question? For example, like the voice control assistants are mostly female. Have you ever thought about that? When you uh, cue Siri, or when you talk to the smart box, the assistants are female, and the reason is because most of the engineers are male, and also the gender stereotype is so deep rooted. It seems that it's a female's job to provide service. So now we're going to see the kind of gender neutral assistant. For me, it's hard to picture. I think it will make more sense that you can actually get to choose you whether you're going to have a service voice, in female's voice or male's voice. And we have a lot of female complaints about the credit line amount. Now it seems that credit line amount issued to women are lower than male. So actually your purchasing record can actually indicate your gender. We have example last year. If you search great scientists, great artists on Google engine, and the results are mostly male, this is very weird. Uh, so KPMG worked with an advertising firm, and they actually developed another new set of search engine. So they, for example, in the search engine results of great scientists or great artists, you are not going to see only male scientists or uh, artists. So gender equality is also a hot topic, and also we have this original content economy according to different surveys. If you're still enjoying your cable TV service, you are probably very ancient and antique in that regard. And we have lots of OTT operators developing contents in order to grab your attention. In the States, OTT income will reach 23.7 billion US dollars by 2023, and you can see that in the news in Taiwan as well. People have been dropping cable services and beverage and food industry, and I think people have been searching for recipes, everlasting classic recipes. In the future 10 years, we may face an issue of food shortage and food security issue. Therefore, people have been searching for brand new food ingredients, but there some of the ingredients are existing ingredients, so they can use old method to cook these new ingredients. For example, chips are not necessarily made from potato, and also we have heard about Impossible Burger. So the stock price of the company has been rising. They use vegan way to manufacture. They manufacture vegan meat, and it looks and also looks just like meat, and that's already available in the States. And also addressing the leftover issue. I think now we can use digital tools to address this issue. A lot of people develop apps to connect all the businesses together, and for you will receive alert of and then purchase uh, products on supermarket shelves that are going to expire. You can actually get them at a cheaper price, and then you can actually place an order when you're in MRT, and then your order can be delivered to the closest MRT station to you. So this is how we address leftover. Now it's not it's in the past it's not it's outdated to pack your food if you have leftover, but now it's trendy. And all the good soil will lead to quality and healthy food. But so far, we are seeing a problem of degradation of soil quality. So we have the revolution of regenerative agriculture in terms of beauty and cosmetics. So I think I'm already using up half of my time. And you can see that DNA sequencing technology is also applied to skincare. So for example, you can give a sample of your saliva, and then they can actually use DNA sequencing technology to give you a set of tailor-made skincare services. So this is something that has been offered in this skincare places, studios. And also we have this skin intelligence. Uh, so they use the molecule technology to produce and manufacture skincare products that is tailor-made to your own DNA feature. So you can sometimes wrinkles are caused because of genetic issues or environmental issues. You should tackle different skin issues with different solutions. So they made the skincare products more efficient and effective with DNA technology. And about retail, so we have heard about the Good Food of Taiwan. They are promoting environmental sustainability, green energy, human rights, and gender equality. So for these product selection, ethnic product selection, the package of the product should be environmental friendly. So this is ethical criteria of selection, and that is welcome and popular among the millenniums. They would rather pay more for that. And in terms of augmented reality, we see more and more application that can help to expand the real world. And once you put the goggle on, you can see a bigger world. You can actually select and buy your products in a augmented reality or VR reality space. And we are going to see more and more application cases in retail industry. And in terms of subscription system, it's a very popular. So we have a case from Japan. In Toyota, they have a service called Kindle. Once you pay certain amount of money, and then 3 years, you can have this car, and then they will get back the car. You don't have to buy a car, and if you pay more, they can provide up to 6 different cars models for you. You can choose from their lineup of models. So this is subscription service. And also like clothing, and in Japan, to have a proper attire is very important. You only need to pay a little bit of money. The service would give you different formal attires for you to choose. And another subscription business model uh, tailored to the need of aging society. In you can, for example, pay like a monthly rent, not to live in countryside for half a year. Oh, they would like to revitalize a countryside. So you can actually shorten the duration or the time you spend on purchasing online. And so we have this different kinds of purchasing apps, making the whole buying experience easier, and a boutique business. So even though we aren't allowed to travel anywhere, so if you so you have like pet services, uh, uh, in-flight pet services. A lot of people would like to uh, go on a trip with their own pets. So a lot of pets, they probably feel uncomfortable in flight. So 4 months before that flight trip, you can actually train your pet and simulate the possible scenarios on the flight, and maybe added some elements in the water for your pet to calm your pet, and they have their own exclusive blankets on the plane, and they also have dog walking services once you check into your hotel. So even though my Chinese horoscope is dog, I think this dog is living a much better life than I do. And for health housekeeper, um, or health village, so this is the kind of service provided by high-end hotels. So you have a housekeeper to help you to stay in shape. And also we have the biodata service. Again, the data comes from your own the DNA in your own saliva, which helps to tailor made product, and this can also help you find your soulmate. So they said that there is a certain level of protein in your DNA, and the more your level of protein is closer, that means the better you and that person would be a better match. And also cannabis, in some of the hotels, you have like a green energy experience. So this is a vegan kind of hotel, and we have cannabis trend, and also healthcare. We have the psychedelic um, drugs. So if would you like to pay like up to $60,000 dollars for that psychedelic experience and companionship? And in the states, over 5 million people over age 50 may face loneliness in later stage of their life, and they lack companion, and the isolation would lead to depression. And now we have robots offering touch hug service. The robots can smile to you, so we can quickly go through these highlights in the report. And I would like to also talk about a new way of consumption, which means that your credit factors in your carbon emission. So once you reach a certain level of consumption, no, you won't be able to make a purchase on the card. Time is really short. I have to stop here. I cannot cover everything in the presentation, but I think that in the future, if we look back to this day, I believe that we can see a lot of innovation in that course into the future.
时间之内呢，跟我们分享了这么多最新的趋势，我们再次谢谢台湾伟门之威邓博文董事总经理。Thank you so much to Evan, the Managing Director of Wonderman Thompson Taiwan, for sharing so much in such a limited time. 那接下来呢，我们要请到的讲者是全球顶尖企业策略顾问机构波士顿顾问公司的冯博坚全球合伙人。Our next speaker is Jimmy Feng, global partner of Boston Consulting Group, that partners with leaders in business and society to tackle their most important challenges and capture their greatest opportunities. 那这个 Jimmy 如果等一下麦克风要出问题，不好意思，请您等个10秒左右，他就会回来了。Because according to my calculation, it happens every 26 minutes. So yeah, just bear with us. Jimmy.
OK，大家好。
Hello, everyone. I think we're a bit late on schedule, so I'll be quick. Today, what I'm going to share with you is more about the money compared to our previous speaker. Is more fun and interesting. So we're looking at from the company's perspective when we are helping and consulting the companies what we do. So, BCG, Boston Consulting Group, is one of the 3 major consulting companies around the world, and we serve companies in Fortune 2000 around the world. We help them with the planning and execution of certain projects. Today, I will touch on a few things. First of all, every year we look at digital transformation, and there is a digital maturity survey, and this year's result is very different from last year. And also, our previous speakers all mentioned digital transformation. How do we better reach digital transformation is something I will touch on as well. Here, you can actually see the numbers. Every year, we do a survey like this, but this year, this survey was conducted about in July, from April to July, amidst the epidemic. So we interview people like the CEO to see certain O, and we asked about 400 or so professional managers around the world. About 1/3 of the companies feel that their business, they view digital technology as disruptive to their business models. So it could be their competitors using digital methods to compete with you, or it could be because there will be competitors that you never anticipated in the future that will come into play. And secondly, things are very different. When you ask the managers something about digital transformation, they are looking at more of the customer facing initiatives. It's very different from our past survey results. In the past, they are looking at cost downs and automation, but this year they are looking at personalization and digital marketing, so mostly customer facing initiatives in terms of transformation. And thirdly, in the past, a lot of the companies think digital transformation is about IT, it's about CIO and CTO, but about 70% of the companies now think that this is a CEO agenda, the CEO must buy in, and about 80% of these digital transformations the companies think that they need to self-fund. They need to be able to come up with they need to make this money. It's not an IT project and you invest all of this. So these projects needs to be self-funded. So these are the 4 major trends in digital maturity. And of course, the COVID-19 had a great impact. Over 80% of the companies sense this urgency for digital transformation more than before the epidemic. And about 2/3 of the companies plan to speed up their investment in digital transformation, and about half of the companies say initiatives around ways of working and tech and cybersecurity are higher in their priorities. So very quickly, we can look at this. We ask them exactly where are you transforming to digitally, and what investments are you going to put in the initiatives. About 80% of the companies tell us that in the future, for digital marketing and consumer-centered investments will be priority to them. About 89% of the companies said so. In the past, they believe that it's about cost effectiveness and automation to save on labor costs. But from now on, you can see a lot of people actually acknowledge that digital marketing can create these revenues. And we also talk to CIOs. In the past, we have CIOs that tell us you can always cut costs, you can always try to cut costs from different corners, but you can only get so far. Only when you direct the transformation to increasing revenue, then you'll find the sky is the limit. And also, here on the right hand side, you're going to see the urgency. Now we have over 80% of the companies, regardless of the sectors, believe that they have a much, much higher urgency in pursuing digital transformation, which is very different pre COVID-19. And like we've worked with Microsoft and we spent 2 months with them on digital transformation. So exactly what are you going to do? So first of all, you're investing in the ways of working, the new ways of working. We're looking at new ways of working, and people are working from home and different things like that. You need to invest in it. And also, we also talked about this summit having a virtual reality conference room. I personally participated in the first virtual conference of my life in April. In the past, we go to Barcelona, we go to different places to meet our clients. This year, it's not possible. So I used to work at CDC. So the CDC invited me to participate in the first virtual conference. It's very different from face to face, but it feels like you are still still face to face with these people that you used to work with in a virtual reality sense. Now, how are we going to drive the success in digital transformations? What are the key factors? First of all, I would like to tell you that the majority of digital transformation are not successful. So, according to our experiences, only about 30% of the digital transformations are really successful, whether it's reaching the cost effectiveness they wanted or to reach the revenue increase that they wanted. Only 30% were successful. But we asked these successes, and the successful cases, about 80% of the success rate, share with us these items. First of all, they call it holistic strategy with clearly articulated business goals. Basically, it means you need to know where you are transforming to. Why are you transforming digitally? You must have a clear strategy. A few months ago, I visited a large OEM manufacturing company in Taichung, and this manager was saying, "Oh, digital transformation, basically it's something like digitization." I think it's just a buzzword. It's like digitization, it's like IoT. It's a buzzword, but you need to know exactly where you are transforming to. I do agree, because I come across a lot of these companies. They say they are doing this because people say you need to transform digitally, or because clients come to them and say you need to do this, so they transform. But if you don't decide first exactly where you're transforming to, you're bound to fail, because as the word suggests, transforming is not a very happy process. You're changing the way you do things. So you need to be very specific about where you are turning to before you are able to succeed. So we think the first one is you have to have a clearly articulated businesses. You need to think about maybe you are going to cut certain costs, you're trying to improve certain processes. You need to know why. And secondly, we see a lot of times, especially in manufacturing industry, the business owners will say, okay, take this money. and get me digital transformation. And then a year later, they say, I spend a lot of money, but I don't see anything happening. But during this process, they never really participated in, had no idea what the short term, mid-term, or long term goals are. I think it's very important to have these different goals. You need to have these milestones, what I need to achieve every 3 months, by 6 months, or I want to reach 99% by the ninth month, and things like this. You need to be able to quantify these results. And thirdly, it's the middle management buying. Sometimes it's the CEO leadership commitment, but the middle management is already burdened with a lot of work, especially in Taiwan. A lot of these middle managements have a lot of work to begin with. So sometimes without the CEOs or the higher managements really investing in the resources, the middle management is very difficult for them to buy in to solve anything. So the CEO leadership commitment coupled with middle management buying is very important to combine it together to increase the success rate. Fourthly, it's another buzzword, agile. I think in transformation, you need to have agile in mindset. What it means is during the process of transformation, you are bound to make mistakes, but don't be afraid of making mistakes because no one knows what is the perfect way to do this. So you make mistakes along the way and you adjust accordingly. So along the course of digital transformation, your mindset will change, the way you do things will change, and you're going to do. We have this often fail fast and learn fast approach. You make a lot of little mistakes, but ultimately you will be able to complete it. So don't be afraid of making mistakes, find a solution to it, and then just move forward. And fifthly, I'm sorry, we're losing the voice. Okay. A lot of the times we are underestimating the digital transformation. We think our company IT department will be able to solve it because we have powerful IT, but a lot of the times the English calls it, we don't know what we don't know. You don't know what is out there. You don't know if there are talents that you don't have in your company. For example, we want precise marketing, and for precise marketing will require a lot of talents for analysis, and you might not necessarily have the people who can analyze. For example, uh, for a while the buzzword was the big cloud, and nobody knows what the big data is, how to do this. And sixthly, you need to be more flexible. So you need to find new talents to come into your organization to really drive the success. And finally, there is this word called two-speed world. In terms of IT, it's very complicated, especially if you have a large company, especially in banks or ICT companies in Taiwan, telecommunication companies in Taiwan. They have these really complicated systems backstage. If you get something wrong, the impact is very wide. So the core systems, it's very difficult to really touch the core systems, but you really need to transform it. So you need to think about, in terms of facing the consumers, we can have a more modular technology or a new platform for a customer facing technology to connect it to your core system, because the IT is the same bunch of people. If they're always managing the bank core system and you tell them you need to speed it up, you need to come up with a new system in 3 months, it's going to be very difficult for them, for the people who's always been doing the same things. So for the business world, for the people in charge, you need to think about the two-speed world. Of all of these cases that we've consulted for, we've discussed with them, and these are the key success factors that we have narrowed down to. And also, how do we look at digital transformation at BCG? usually because we are strategic consultants, that means you need to think clearly before you start moving. So here we can see this is the most important part is business strategy driven by digital. You need to think about exactly where you're transforming to, what is your strategy, how is digitalization going to help you. And this middle part is the things that you actually do. On the left hand side is called digitize the core. Your core businesses, you have to digitize it. And the core business is two parts. You have the customer facing and then your back end internal facing. You have to digitize both aspects. Here you can see we have different kind of products from the customer journey digitization or the customer facing. We have other digital methods. And on the right hand side is more like using digitization to create the growth. So we call it new digital growth. Are there new digitized products that you haven't thought of in the past and you can use it? So these are the things. So basically, digitize the core and new digital growth. And the bottom part, the blue boxes, these are your capabilities. First of all, changing the ways of working, like I mentioned earlier on, whether it's the pandemic or because of the certain digitized tools, we need to rethink how we're going to restructure our organization so that we can be more agile at scale. And you need to have leverage the power of data and technology. The right hand bottom corner here, we're going to here a lot of the times the companies when they are transforming, they don't want to tell people what they're doing, but it's a group fight nowadays. You need to build that ecosystem. A lot of people may have similar experiences that can share with you, so I think integrating that ecosystem is very important for you. I know we are behind schedule at the moment, so I will stop right here. We can move into the panel discussion soon.
的 BCG， 那金明，我们先在舞台边稍后一下，我们换场呢就立刻进行这个 panel。那金明，我们稍微在旁边稍后一下下。Thank you, and now we're going to move on to the panel discussion。我们再次谢谢刚才的4位讲师有精彩的分享，有台湾西门子，以及欧洲在台商务协会，以及台湾伟门智威，以及刚才波士顿顾问公司哦，都针对这个后疫情时代数位新生活所可能面临到的新科技以及新技术。以及新的趋势呢，跟我们进行精彩的分享。那我们在上午场结束之前呢，还有一些时间呢，我们要再次邀请刚才的几位讲师来进行更深度的对谈哦。Thank you once again to all of our speakers in this session from Siemens Taiwan, from European Chamber of Commerce Taiwan, from Wonderman Thompson Taiwan, and also Boston Consulting Group. And now we still have some time. We would like to invite all of our speakers back to the stage to have more discussion. And maybe if we have time, we can take some questions. 那我们最后这个上午场的焦点对谈，邀请到的是玉山科技协会许玉仁秘书长来担任主持人。And to moderate the session, we're very happy to have Jason Shi, Secretary General of Mount Jade Technology and Science Association。那我们要再次有请刚才这个场次的几位讲师哦，我们回到舞台上。And now we'd like to invite all our speakers in this session to join us on the stage again。好，那我们讲师都回到台上了，接下来时间就交给我们的主持人。
Well, first of all, let me congratulate for a wonderful morning and a great speeches, and let's give the speakers on the stage a round of applause. I want to begin this panel by saying that the only thing stand in between us and lunch is this panel. So let's make this quick and sweet. And let's pray that the microphone doesn't break again, but I will use your semiconductor if it breaks. First of all, I'd like to just cue on Jimmy. You touch upon the idea of digital transformation and enterprises facing challenges as COVID pandemic raging in the world. And what will you or BCG's advice to enterprises in Taiwan that are so deeply integrated into global supply chain? How do they diversify risks, and how do they reallocate their manufacturing capacity, and how do we respond to this and see this as an opportunity, please?
Okay, thank you, Jason. So in BCG, we actually talk about quite a bit about the resilience of supply chain nowadays, right? So in maybe 2000, in last century, even 2000, before 2010, the supply chain is basically there's two things to optimize for. One's efficiency, one's cost, and these two things actually go together, right? So it's all about optimizing for efficiency. How fast can we deliver the product to our consumers? But now, after the pandemic, actually, before pandemic, if you recall, there was a flood in Thailand, I think 3 to 4 years ago, where basically crippled the entire PC industry for about 2 months because Toshiba's memory was actually made in Thailand, and it was actually the only place that was making the memory, right? So we detected that there are, say, strategic control points within the supply chain that needs to be replicated. Otherwise, the entire supply chain may fail. So we talk a lot about the resilience of a supply chain nowadays. And the way we think about this is actually through, I guess, a quick framework is where you're buying these things, where you're making these things, how you're delivering these things. So if you break it down to 3 things, if I'm buying from single source and that may present a danger, right, then I need to think about dual sourcing on buying. Manufacturing, the same thing. Am I optimally located with my my customers? Do I have just one factory that may break if there's a flood or anything else, right? In terms of logistics, the last part, how to deliver the product. Similarly, am I building in enough resilience within the supply chain so that my product can get to my customers more than one way, right? With that, potentially there may be some shifting in global supply chain. There may be a lot of, say, locally sourced, locally manufactured supply chain outside of, say, the current supply base, the current manufacturing base, namely in China and also Southeast Asia. So we do believe that these type of trends is upcoming. So it's sort of a more, say, locally buy, make, and deliver supply chain. Yeah, and Taiwan needs to be part of that.
So just to follow up on that, Giuseppe, the COVID-19 also provides opportunities for Taiwan. For example, our masks producers and personal protective equipment makers are making great contributions to the world. So how do you recommend Taiwanese companies work with European companies at this particular moment in history? And as ECCT chairman, what are some of the advices that you would give to the companies here?
This morning, like every other morning, I open, the first thing I do, I open the Italian newspaper, okay? I am romantically Italian, and I still follow what goes on in my country. And the first news was about an alliance between Facebook and Luxottica. Right, we know Facebook. Luxottica is the largest glass producer in the world. Right? They more than 90% of market share. It's a company which was founded in North Italy 25, 30 years ago by a man who worked as a worker in the manufacturing line, and he became the guru of glasses in the world. And so they have announced the move into smart glasses, okay? So it means augmented reality. And this is a technology that in Taiwan has been developing already for the past 4 or 5 years. It was embryonic in the past few years, and now it has taken some shape. And I do believe that Taiwanese companies will be a key contributor to this alliance between these two gigantic companies that move into this part of the activity. And I believe, as I was commenting right before, many of these events, as we see today, will be virtualized, okay? And therefore, these new technologies of augmented reality will be instrumental in this transition. And I do believe that Taiwan will play a key important role, as it has done over the past 30 years in IT.
That's great. Erdo, in your talk, you touch upon some of the latest technology Siemens is deploying and also developing in Taiwan. And obviously, Siemens is an expert in smart infrastructure, 5G, autonomous vehicles, and everything that this island is gearing towards. So, how would you advise Taiwan startups to work with companies like Siemens to also capitalize on the opportunities with the advent of 5G and autonomous vehicles and everything that you described in your talk? And I'm personally very excited about the electric bus system that's fully chargeable around the island. I think that's a real vision that Taiwan can work towards.
It's okay. I think it works. Thank you very much. In fact, we are already working with several local companies. Those are either startups or smart companies, small, medium enterprises. And that is our philosophy. For example, this autonomous driving system I have briefly mentioned, here we are cooperating with a local company, because we believe if we join forces, then we can really combine our expertise and do things better. So that is first our general philosophy. We do it also in smart manufacturing. We're also building a partner ecosystem, so where we can jointly with our partners develop solutions with our customers, for our customers, and provide better solutions. So again, that is in fact our philosophy. We are happy and really ready to cooperate with local companies, be it small, medium enterprises, be it startups. And this will continue also in the future. And I'm repeating, we have platform, what we call, for example, MindSphere, which is an open, we call it IoT operating system, which helps us to develop applications in industrial area, but also in infrastructure areas, where we are jointly developing applications for our customers. So this is something which we are doing, but also we are encouraging, of course, local companies to talk to us and then find ways how we can further cooperate.
You mentioned helping cities and the leaders to transform digitalization. What are some of the advices that you would give to, for example, mayors or people who are in charge in office that are moving towards this?
Once again, I see good decisions in Taiwan, which is going into the right direction. We have at least decided in Taiwan to turn all buses into electric vehicles by 2030, if I'm correct. So that is a good decision. And this will help also the industry now to come together and work on solutions, what we are doing, by the way. Also, my colleagues working with local operators, how we can bring in our technologies, which we have deployed nicely and successfully in Europe, in different countries, in Germany, but also in Northern Europe. So first, continue what we have planned and implement what we said. And the second thing is, and I also see here very good movement. For example, in Taipei, the city government is really very active, proactive. We have also very nice interaction with the mayor, but also deputy mayors, and making the city more smart. Also here, I would just encourage, continue doing what we have planned, bring in more technologies, and connect the different infrastructure elements. That was also one of the key messages I tried to send. If we connect, for example, buildings with mobility, smart grid with buildings, we can get more out of those elements. We can run things in a more optimized way, reduce energy consumption, which is for me another key topic, which is not done enough in Taiwan, by the way, and also run things more efficiently. So again, be open for new technologies and allow companies like us, but also local companies to do new things. What we are doing with the autonomous driving, with smart meter projects, and also buildings, making buildings more intelligent, where we're also probably equipping big buildings in Taipei, like Taipei 101, Nanshan, and others, with our technologies to have them more intelligent, energy efficient.
Thank you. Evan, we are old friends. It's great to hear you talk a little bit about creativity, inspiration during this difficult period. One cannot live through this tough period without a sense of humor. So your talk is especially inspirational to us all. And in this difficult period, what can advertisement do? And do you feel if you were to make a film in this particular pandemic area, what type of film would a advertising creative genius like you make?
Wow, you test me.
I
That's
test
my
you. Yeah.
creativity.
It's not on the script. Yeah.
测试我的创造力哈。
So basically, you're testing my creativity. I personally think that if I were to advertise this digitally, I imagine it to be in a very modern city, an ultra modern city, and next to the city there is a hill. An old man wakes up in the morning and picks up a watch, winds it, and then open what he calls the record player, and again it needs to be winded, and he puts on his vinyl record, makes himself a cup of tea, and picks up a book and starts slowly turning the book. And as the day grows dark, he picks up a match, lights the fire, and lie on his bed and just left. The reason he just died like this is because he's single, and I think the world ends here. This is what I believe, that if we don't really manage how we are going to use all these digital tools we have, this is the future we're looking at. A lot of people are looking back to what we have traditionally. The traditional things are beautiful. We all believe that technology should make human more human. It should serve people. This is what I imagine it to be. So I would like to follow up in digitization. When we talk about digitization amidst COVID-19, do you think digitization or digital world is making people feel more lonely, or does it really bring people together? I personally think that physical contact is very important. So digitization along this process actually makes more and more people to earn for a real touch, to meet people, to hug other people, which is why I think in the advertising union that I work for, we made a pro bono advertising about embracing again, because people have this urge to gather, to meet, and to hug, and to hold hands. So digitization is just a process. Digitization is to make human more humane. And when we take that away from people, and digitization is just making people feel more alienated, then it's not beneficial for the future. Because I believe that we are losing a lot of creativity and humanity along this digitization process.
Back to your expertise, Giuseppe. Evan talked about digitalization making us even more alone, even more lonely. And you are in the business of creating devices that is touchless, that you don't need to touch things. Semiconductor, TSMC stock price is all-time high. Taiwan seems to be at the top of the summit. What is your view on the future of semiconductor industry and so-called touchless economy and everything?
And I will try to make it very short. Okay. First of all, I agree with you. During the outbreak of the pandemic in Italy, so the government had to spend a lot of efforts telling people not to kiss each other. That was, and that's what the Italian missed the most. Hugging friends, hugging, kissing parents, relatives. Okay, that's very important, as it is in Taiwan. And I hope that the digital world will not remove this part of the humanity that I share with you, your view. Now, coming to semiconductors, I believe that the future is very, very positive for this industry, because as technologies move forward, you need hardware, okay? That is also the specialty here in Taiwan, not only TSMC. Taiwan is a leading force, a leading country in the semiconductor supply chain in the world. It occupies 25% of the world. Hsinchu is a global miracle, okay, as a Silicon Valley, and that will go on, will exist for a long time, and will move from silicon to heterogeneous integration or system in package and so on and so forth. When we think about applications like space, I believe that the space will be the next frontier of communications. So as we know, 4G, 5G will not be able to cover even 50% of the world as infrastructures. So we see now the space coming up with low Earth orbit LEO satellites. Many of them are made in Taiwan, in Hsinchu or Tainan. So this part of the communications will happen in this way, and that's where we need a new generation of semiconductors that will exploit what TSMC is doing, but not only TSMC. Semiconductors in Taiwan are not only TSMC. As I said, it's 25% of the global semiconductor market. That is an area of excellence, and I believe we will be all able to move into the future together, approaching the new applications. Space is one, but Erdal has proposed many different applications coming up, and autonomous driving will be another, telemedicine will be another, educational line will be another. So there will be a lot of new things that will require new efforts, and I believe most of them will go through Taiwan. Okay.
Thank you. You are a very good, what we call in basketball, you are a very good passer. You always pass the ball very well. You know, the next question I'm going to ask is about the opportunities for Taiwan, Mr. Alver. There are a lot of things that we can do and we should do in Taiwan. Healthcare, smart mobility, AI, digital transformation. But from your point of view, or from Germany's experience, what are some of the directions we should focus on? Because we don't want to be, too much in too many different ideas, and not one thing gets done. So, what would be, one or two things that Taiwan should focus?
I have a question. Now we are talking about different transformations we are going through. Digital transformation, we are talking today a lot, and this affects also a lot of other industries. And Taiwan is, like Germany, an industrialized country, and Taiwan's GDP, the majority is generated from industrial sectors. So that is the one area. And Taiwan is also relying or is dependent a lot of from energy. So those are, for me, two key areas we have to look into and do it good. The one is, again, digital transformation, especially in the industrial sector, utilizing all those technologies which we have introduced, of course, utilizing digital twins, industrial AIs, industrial 5Gs, and you name it. But the energy transformation is another key area. Also, Taiwan is good on the way with the plans of having more renewable, especially utilizing the Taiwan Strait offshore, but also utilizing the solar. And this will take some time, but I would really recommend that we really focus on those things. Digital transformation, again, especially in the industrial sector. Of course, we talk a lot about cities, city infrastructure. Of course, healthcare is another important area, but also here I see Taiwan is good on track. And energy transformation. This will take some time, and especially with the upcoming new technologies, with the new sensors since 5G and industrial AIs, things will run differently. And if we manage this transformation well, then we will stay at the top. And that is what I'm seeing in Europe, especially in Germany, that we are, of course, in the middle also of energy transformation. As you know, Germany is today generating majority of its energy from renewables. There are days we use nearly all from the renewable sources. And you might know Germany's goal to reach around more than 50% by 2030, and 2050, 80% plus shall be generated from renewables. And that is, I think, a key area where Taiwan should keep focusing. And don't forget the connection of the different sectors, which I have tried to introduce in my last slide, what we call in Germany sector coupling, which is a German word translated into English a bit easier, sector coupling, where we need to utilize, again, the hydrogen technology to save the energy from the renewables if we manage to set up all the wind farms, which we are talking about, respectively the solar farms, and utilize hydrogen as an energy source to run, again, the industry, but also the infrastructure and others. So again, those are our key topics in digital transformation related to industrial transformation and energy transformation.
Thank you, Jimmy. 这个我们都知道 BCG 啊是全世界非常
We all know that BCG is world famous consulting company, and in the face of digital transformation, it's something that the world is all facing together. Now, considering the trade war going on between China and the United States, we know the two countries are going to be at odds for quite a while. What do you think would be the advantage for Taiwan, especially in terms of digital economy? How do we survive facing the challenges coming from China?
其实我也没有一个水晶球，所以我
So, I don't really have a crystal ball, so I will not comment on the China-U.S. trade war. But here in Taiwan, we have strength. Take IoT for example. We have the entire chain players right here in Taiwan, from upper, middle, and lower streams, from apps, from chips, from chip manufacturers, and the ones who deploy IoT on their manufacturing factories. So I think it's easier to be able to build a total solution here in Taiwan, and we do have a very good level of technology. For example, we have the talents for both the hardware and software, and the cost won't be that high. So these are our advantages. In 2018, in terms of leveraging latest technology to maximize your supply chain, optimize your supply chain. A survey indicate that blockchain can be used to make your manufacturing process transparent, but you need to have technology to be able to look into your inventory, and that will require sensory technology. But we can have all those elements ready right here in Taiwan, and that is the strength we have. That is the best advantage we have. Now we can actually compete with our speed. We're very fast. Like in the states, they need to, for example, call their manufacturers in China and produce the sensors they need. But we can do that right away here in Taiwan. So we do have some supply chain advantage, and we have been providing services to UK and US big brands. So we do know their needs very well. So I think that is our strength. So speed and capability of integration are very important. Kevin, we have been talking about transformation, digital transformation, technology transformation throughout this session. But what you talked about in your presentation is even more important. That is to bring us back into human to human connections. And people have been worried about the arrival of AI and digital transformation would push out people's values, so the jobs would be gone. And you are a creative person. It is very difficult to quantify creativity. So, what will be the skill sets, talents of the future will need? And people have been talking about their fear of being replaced by AI. So, how do we put a stop on our anxiety and start to do something about it? I think we have seen many of reports and research that, well, we have a lot of new jobs that haven't appeared yet now, and also the carriages were not totally phased out because of the rival vehicles. And we have another issue of whether AI and robots will replace our place. For example, it is very difficult for a human to update thousands of articles a day. But if we can have the real-time pricing system, you cannot do that. So it has been machine doing this task. But when it comes to the human machine insight, what we are looking for is creativity. And in creative industry, if you have lots of routines and uh, mundane jobs that repeat all the time, then you can actually have them being replaced by AI, and then that can save you a lot of time, and you can better spend the time elsewhere for your creativity development. And what kind of talents do we need for the future? Now we need data talents, for example, data analysts or technology creators. We are not a technology company, but creativity, data, and technologies are the key elements of for talents in the future. So you can actually m- realize your creativity through technology, and that is what we have been looking for all the time. Thank you, Kevin, for your comment. I think we have two key takeaways from our morning session. First, we are able to be here to see our speakers in person, so that gives a warmth of net connection. And we talk about technological transformation, and we really need to make the most out of this timing and kickstart industry digital transformation across the board. And for businesses, regardless of their sizes, and our government need to really make the most out of this opportunity, so we can really fully implement digital transformation and risk can be turned into opportunity. In year 2000, after the dot-com bubble, all the big tech companies went down, but then we have Google, and after the 2008 crisis, Lehman Brothers went down, but then we have shared economy technology companies like Uber, like Airbnb. So I am quite positive and optimistic about what the future holds. So we need to really seize our opportunity. And this will be the end of our morning session. Please join me again to give our speakers a round of applause.
到中间呢，一起合照一张哦。Okay, thank you so much to our moderator and also 4 panel speakers. Let's have a photo together in the center of the stage. Thank you so much. 那我们请场内的这个朋友们呢，先留在场内哦，因为我们等一下呢还有一个抽奖的活动。如果您开场一开始有把你的名片投进这个抽奖箱的话呢，就有机会哦，可能可以得到大奖。好，我们一起合照。Let's have a photo together. 好，我们看向前方的镜头 ，Yes。好，我们试试再次掌声，谢谢我们的主持人，谢谢我们的语坛贵宾 ，Thank you to Jason, Giuseppe, Erdal, Evan, and also Jimmy. Thank you so much for your valuable input in this session. Thank you so much. 好的，那接下来呢，在我们上午场结束之前呢，会有一个抽奖的活动哦。我们准备了一张这个住宿券，要送给等一下可能抽到大奖的这个贵宾哦，是到这个高雄的顶级 Villa 1个晚上的住宿券哦。那我们的抽奖箱准备好了，是不是？那我们要有请这个外贸协会我们主办单位呢，数位商务处的陈连军处长来我们抽出这个大奖。Ladies and gentlemen, and now we're going to do a lucky draw on the stage. We're going to find out who can win a free night to a luxurious villa in southern Taiwan. 好，那接下来呢，就请处长帮我们抽出这个可以获得住宿券的这个幸运观众，要不要帮我们唱一下名字？
黄协玉，总监。
哦，这个你名字都还没念完，你人就走出来，太厉害了。OK, congratulations， 恭喜！好，我们请这个处长帮我们颁奖一下，一起合照。Congratulations on winning the accommodation voucher to a luxurious villa in southern Taiwan. Thank you so much. 谢谢，恭喜你，也非常谢谢处长，谢谢。Thank you to the Executive Director of Department of Digital Commerce Taitra, Miss Chen. 各位现场贵宾，那接下来呢是我们中午休息的时间哦。谢谢各位贵宾今天上午的参与。那我们中午休息时间到下午2点，我们下午2点之后呢，还有精彩的演讲以及综合讨论，请各位贵宾呢准时回到会场。Ladies and gentlemen, we take a lunch break right now, and we'd like to thank you so much for your participation this morning. And the afternoon session will begin from 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We'll see you later. Thank you. 各位贵宾，我们下一个场次呢，大概再过2分钟之后哦，正式开始，请您稍后一下，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, in about 2 minutes, we're going to begin the next session. Thank you.各位现场贵宾以及现在正在线上收看的朋友们，欢迎大家呢继续加入2020年 Date Summit。那我们这个场次呢，会以数位转型生态链超前部署为主轴哦。Ladies and gentlemen, and all our friends who are watching online, welcome back. And in this session, we are going to focus on advanced deployment of digital transformation. 那我们这个场次呢，首先要有请金周刊谢金河董事长透过影片的方式呢，来为我们引言。And now to open the session through a recorded talk, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the chairman of Business Talk, Business Today, 金河谢。我们有请董事长。
各位线上朋友，大家好，我是谢金河。那么今天来跟大家共同分享2020年从1月23号武汉封城到今天，我相信整个肺炎的疫情呢，笼罩着全世界。到现在为止啊，确诊病例超过2500多万，感染美国超过600万，死亡人数呢超过80万。我相信这是在100年当中啊，大家难得一见的一个人类上的浩劫。那么我们也看到。
Rare disaster, catastrophic disaster, and we can see that it has changed the global economy as well. We can see that the US GDP has been minus 32.9, and the euro has fallen, has dropped as well. But here, with the COVID-19 pandemic, the global industries have changed. Just as Mr. Zhang Zhaoxian has said, it will change the way we live and the way we work. Lately, TSMC has held a technology seminar, and the president has said that the pandemic has posed of an opportunity to TSMC and semiconductor. With all the 5G and other requirements, it has really promoted the TSMC sales. We can see that the Intel's Nano 7 chip production has been pushed back a year. In the future, TSMC will be the biggest player in the future. After this, the biggest OEM company, after this news was released, the stock price rocketed. And amidst this pandemic conflict, we can see the TSMC has broke a record of over $466 per share. And the weighted index in Taiwan stock has also increased to over 13,000. So people are turning back to look at the changes in Taiwan in terms of industrial structures. There has been tremendous changes, among which since 1928, Exxon has always been the most important, the most valued stock, but this year Exxon Oil has been replaced by Salesforce. We know that Exxon Oil has always been one of the best stocks in the stock market, but it has dropped dramatically in share price. Salesforce, about 2.5 years ago when I visited the United States, their stock is about $50 per share, but now it has increased to over $260. So we can see a small company like this surpassing Exxon Oil in share price. That is some unprecedented. So we know that the pandemic has really changed the world. For example, the laptops. The companies in Taiwan have seen sales volume rocket. And the biggest influence, some of in Taiwan, for example, Hongtai, the original share price was about 30, 40 something, but now it's over 300. And for other companies that sell the chip, the IC for video conferencing also led to a rapid increase in their share price. So we can see with this industrial transformation, we have video conferencing softwares like Zoom, their stock prices also rocketed. So there are lots of things that we have never expected before. For example, Uber Eats and Foodpanda, you can see their motorbikes everywhere. This industry is entirely different from the past. From these online events and activities, we can see in the past we are used to traveling abroad for a business trip. For example, I have a good friend at Garmin. He said that he used to have to travel every year for 4 days in the United States and spend 2 nights on the plane and 1 night in the hotel. But now with video conferencing, they don't need to go, they don't need to travel anymore. In industries like forwarding or aviation, they've all seen tremendous improvement in their sales volume. These changes were unexpected in the past. In the new digital age, because of homework, the trend of homeworking, it has led to different industrial transformations in Taiwan as well, and rapid growth in these industries. We can see the global economy is a test to our technology power. The Apple capital and net volume has also increased tremendously. When we really do the math, the share price is incredible. This shows us that innovation is ultimately the most important motivation, and Taiwan, it has performed very well in terms of this because we have really good technology power. And from it, it extends to the innovations in different industries. I am sure this digital transformation is a road that we must take. And from digital transformation, we will be leading innovation. Thank you, everyone.
董事长为我们场次的引言哦 ，Thank you to Mr. Xie for his introductory talk to this session。那接下来呢，我们这个场次会依序邀请5位讲师来跟我们分享他们的看法，一样跟早上哦，我们一样是最后呢还有一个综合讨论的时间。那首先呢，第一个场次呢，为各位邀请到的是全球最大电信账单代收付公司博宝的执行长哦 ，John Prideaux。And our first speaker is John Prideaux, the CEO of Boku, the leading global provider of mobile payment and mobile identity solutions. But he cannot be here due to the pandemic. But he's going to share his insights through a pre-recorded video. 那他今天呢没办法来到现场，但是他预录了一段影片哦，让我们一起来看。Let's have a look.
It's generally reckoned to be amongst the worst predictions ever made. You can Google it. I mean, it appears on all the lists. And the funny thing is, this was from somebody who should really know better. The chairman of the International Business Machines Company, Thomas J. Watson, in the middle of the Second World War in 1943, he sat there and he confidently asserted that there was a world market for maybe 5 computers. Now, there is some dispute as to whether he actually said the words attributed to him, but if he did, the strange thing is that he was right. For the next 10 years or so, the world market for computers didn't really extend past 5. And those were just massive beasts sitting in government facilities with thousands of valves, humming away in air-conditioned rooms doing super specialized tasks. They could only be afforded by governments. For these early computers, there really were limited applications. Technology moves on. Being right at the time doesn't mean that you're not wrong in retrospect. And boy, there has been some change in computing since 1943. Waves, generations of change have come flooding through. First, Watson's own company invented the general purpose mainframe, liberating computers from governments to make them useful for businesses. Then, with the Microsoft, Intel, sort of Windows PC revolution, the middle classes learned how to interact with a screen and a keyboard, going online through the internet era. But where are we now? We are in a new computing paradigm, the new mobile era. It's based on the operating systems of iOS and Android. And these are different devices, very widely distributed to practically every human on the face of the planet. These are better machines. They are always online. They know where they are. They can see, they have a camera. They are feeling machines with a touchscreen and an accelerometer. So the job of distributing computers to everyone and connecting them all up is nearing its completion. We now need to figure out what to do with all these things. And I suspect that neither you nor I will do a much better job than Thomas J. Watson. So let's talk about electric cars. And I don't want you to think about Elon Musk. I want you to think about Walter Bursey. He is what I call a pioneer. He built an electric taxi in 1896. He was working for the Gloucester Carriage and Wagon Company. And if you look at the picture on the screen right now, this is their version of a Tesla. It doesn't look anything like a car. It looks like a carriage. It's because that's what people do when they first get their hands on a new technology. They make a new version of what they already have. People's imaginations are limited by the past. It takes new thinking to reimagine what a car looks like. And then it takes even longer to work out that cities need to change.
更久以后才会发现，都市必须
That actually people don't have to live in the city anymore. They can live in the suburbs, that they will want to shop in out-of-town malls. And none of these things were obvious when the Gloucester Carriage and Wagon Company was making electric vehicles. It was a combination of computing and connectivity that spawned new companies like Google and Facebook. And now, in the mobile era, it will be 5G, super fast networking, faster than fiber networking, making any number of new applications possible. We don't know what these changes will be, but we do know that they will be profound. They will change the way in which we live, we work, the way in which we travel. We'll change the way in which we find our way about, find the products we want, They will change the way we fall in love and get entertained, and countless other areas of life as well, no doubt. But that's where we are with the mobile era now. We are reimagining taxi services. We're starting to see some changes in shopping. The nature of work is starting to change. The devices may be faster, have a longer battery life, better cameras, but they haven't yet changed the way we live in the same way that the coming of the automobile did. Most of the change is yet to come. Before a new generation of entrepreneurs, however, can build this bright new future for us, we need more than just connectivity standards, important though they are. We need tools and support services upon which these new businesses can be built. And today, a lot of those tools look like the ones that the Gloucester Carriage and Wagon Company was using to build their version of the Tesla. The craftsmen in Gloucester used hand tools. The Teslas today are built by robots. And so much of the underpinning of the digital economy is antiquated. It's based on PC-era tools and norms. Why on earth are we still signing on with an email address? What is the point of an IP address in a world where your phone can precisely geolocate you? Why are we still using payment methods which were designed to fit in with the 80-character limitations of the punch card? Standardized, incidentally, by IBM, Thomas J. Watson's IBM. So, who is it who has the answer to this problem? Well, in some respects, it's actually pretty obvious. The answer to this problem lies with the people who have the secure chip inside every phone on the face of the planet. It's the mobile network operators. They can verify your phone number without having to send you a text message. They can confirm whether the SIM has been swapped to protect you against account takeover. And they have a way of getting funds to pay for the services they offer from almost all adults on the face of the earth. Telco services are secure and convenient. So why aren't they being used more generally? Why is it that we're still stuck with inconvenient, insecure authentication methods? Why is it that payment is so often limited just to people with credit cards? A surviving fragment of a work by the ancient Greek poet Archilochus says, "The fox knows many things, a hedgehog one important thing." Later, quite a lot later actually, Theodore Levitt, the Harvard Business School professor, used that analogy to compare international companies in his classic paper, The Globalization of Markets. In Levitt's analysis, the foxes were multinational companies who generally operated under a common brand, but in different countries adapting their products to local needs. And he contrasted these multinational foxes with the truly global companies that operated to a global standard and who rejected the whole idea of unnecessary local customization. And what he observed was that these hedgehogs, these global hedgehogs, tend to beat these multinational foxes. WhatsApp beats SMS messages. Skype beats international phone calls. Netflix and Spotify beat local TV and music providers. Hedgehogs beat foxes. Mobile network operators are foxes. Mobile network operators are hopelessly fragmented. Each country has 3 or 4. They're domestically regulated and controlled. And governments like them because they're a great source of tax revenue. They auction off spectrum to them. If you're a global business like Apple or Sony or Spotify or Netflix, you're going to face a world of pain to try to connect to all the mobile network operators of the world in order to access this resource. And whilst the telco industry has done an absolutely fabulous job of standardizing the network layer, there is no standard for billing or identity services. To reach the billing systems, you have to do that one by one. And that can be very time consuming. Even if you restricted yourself to mobile network operators who have more than 10 million subscribers, you'd still have to make 150 non-standardized connections. The value distributed amongst all these Fox operators is latent and inaccessible unless somebody comes along and aggregates this fragmented supply and makes it available to global companies. It's not often that you get to quote jazz musicians at business conferences. Not often do you quote ancient Greek poets either. But Charlie Mingus, the jazz musician, once said that making the simple complicated is commonplace. Making the complicated simple, awesomely simple, that's creativity. And that's really what Boku is trying to do, to take this complex network of mobile network operators and make it simple for companies like Apple and Sony and Spotify and Netflix to consume. They don't need to do that complex work. They need something simple. And the someone doing that is Boku. We've done the hard work of building the direct connections to most of the world's big telcos, and thus can provide them with a single, simple interface for them to implement. Connect once, reach the world. Fox meet Hedgehog. That aggregation unlocks the value latent in the mobile network operators of the world. By aggregation, we have created value. But making the world simple for Boku doesn't just stop there. In this new mobile world, the way that people pay is also changing. We have also simplified the payment process. In the old world, the PC era, payment was a distinct step. Here you went around with your mouse, you clicked, you put stuff in your shopping basket, and then you click to check out. And at a various point in the payment process, you'll be asked to enter your payment method. The whole checkout was a fairly complex process. It was Amazon who first introduced one-click checkout, and things have been taken even further for mobile commerce. It turns out, of course, that on a mobile phone, it's pretty fiddly to enter card details on a glass screen. It adds friction to the payment process, and that friction leads to fewer transactions, to more abandoned baskets, to more wasted time, more frustration. The simplest way of dealing with this friction is to eliminate the payment step altogether, to make payment not a separate step, but just simply a byproduct of interacting with the app to the regular consumption that you're doing. And to make that happen, you need to register, you need to store the payment method on file. And Boku has made that awesomely simple. Because the phone company knows your phone number without having to ask, registering your phone number is just as simple as tapping once on your screen. And then future charges can be put through to your phone bill. And we're putting in place similar programs for local payment methods like wallets as well. That type of process, making the complicated simple, that's creativity. Ernest Hemingway included the following dialogue in his 1926 novel, The Sun Also Rises. "How did you go bankrupt?" Bill asked. "Two ways," Mike said. "Gradually, and then suddenly." Gradually, then suddenly. It's not just how businesses go bust, it's also how businesses grow. All growth asymptotes. It levels off, it slows. And when you start a new business, growth is really hard to find until, boom, you hit the point of inflection. Light might travel in straight lines, but business doesn't go up and down in straight lines. It rises and falls in S-curves. And the job of the CEO is to grow his business not just through a single S-curve, but to be laying foundations for future growth, even as he's going through a previous one, to invest, to find new S-curves to climb. So Boku has established itself as the leading direct carrier billing company in the world, and we're processing transactions at a run rate of over $7 billion annually. Apple, Google, Sony, Microsoft, Spotify, Netflix, and more all use our services. We've grown our revenues from $17 million in 2016 to more than $50 million in 2019, and we continue to grow as we roll out new merchants into new geographies. And in fact, of course, we look forward to working with our partners here in Taiwan to enable more Taiwanese people the opportunity to buy digital products and services and charge them to their phone bill. Our investors have liked this growth, but we too also need to find new S-curves to climb, slowly, then gradually. Boku's merchant base and carrier network can be repurposed to new objectives. Rather than just allowing digital merchants to acquire new customers, we can also simplify mobile commerce for merchants in other sectors as well, and use the skills that we've developed to enable charges to be put through to phone bills to support a whole range of local payment methods, not just carrier billing. Our merchants can reach new users through the same connection that they use today, and this can be transformative. Today, Boku merchants can reach about 1.5 billion new users through more than 200 mobile operator connections. And in the future, we hope they'll be able to reach a further 2 billion users through dozens of local payment methods, wallet connections as well. We're also helping merchants to simplify the business of verifying phone numbers. This is a pretty fiddly business nowadays, involving receiving text messages and 6-digit codes, but we can check the ownership of mobile phones and detect account takeovers really simply. And those new businesses are in their ascendancy today. They will power our growth into the future. So tactics are an important part of a business strategy. You've got to be able to do your day-to-day business well. But strategy, having the vision to find new S-curves to climb, strategy eats tactics. But there's something else. Culture eats strategy. In the very long run, it is the culture of a company which helps it survive and thrive. It won't have escaped everybody's attention that we're living through a global pandemic. And as I record this, I don't know what the world's going to be like as my words are being heard. I don't know if there will be a second wave. I don't know what will happen. And this change has impacted our business. And happily for us, the pandemic has accelerated certain trends. Adoptions of digital ways of entertaining ourselves has been accelerated, and it's been reinforced the use of the mobile device, even as those of us in Europe and the US were in lockdown in our homes. So as the CEO, being the custodian of the culture of a company, we also need to make sure that we are able to adapt to the unexpected. And during the pandemic, we have stressed our good fortune by running what we call a We Not Me program to support causes supported by our employees. We've continued to pay our office cleaners and support staff. Our culture has been tested by the pandemic, and I believe that it stood up. And it has a number of key elements. Boku is a truly global company. We have just over 300 people in the Boku group in about 20 or so locations. And our people in Taiwan and Beijing collaborate together with those in Singapore and Japan, in the US and the UK, France and Germany, and many more. Collaboration is a core value for Boku. And when you collaborate, particularly over remote tools, life becomes messy. It's easy for misunderstandings to occur. So we have a second value, that of assuming positive intent. That person is probably not trying to do the bad thing, probably trying to do a good thing. And with the electronic communication, you have to sometimes stop and think and to realize that they have a positive intent. Finally, or next rather, flexibility is important. If you're dealing with people all around the world, then you need to be able to be adaptable. We have a deep belief in not telling our people how to do their work. We want to trust them to do that. We're not clock watchers. We don't expect our people to be clock watchers either. We expect them to be able to do the work in the best way possible. But that means that sometimes they will need to show flexibility, just as we show flexibility to them. Underpinning all of this is a deep ambition. For some people, it would have been great to have a company that dominated its niche. For some people, it would have been great to be serving customers like Apple and Sony and Spotify and Netflix and Google and Amazon, but not for Boku. We feel that digital is still only a fraction of the interactions that are taking place on the mobile device. For Boku, we believe that we can do more. Boku is an ambitious company. We might have billions of dollars of volume, but we want to be able to touch every mobile interaction to help the world in this wonderful transition. This transition to mobile. Just like Thomas J. Watson, just like the early pioneers of electric cars, just like jazz musicians and ancient Greek poets, we might not have all the answers, but we know it's going to be an exciting journey. So thank you for your attention, and hopefully that's given you something to think about.
Thank you very much to John from Boku. And that's all aspire to be the one who can provide the best answer and solution in the future. 我们再次谢谢 Boku 的执行长精彩的分享哦，谢谢。那接下来呢，我们要邀请的是日本后支付的龙头日商 N-Pay FT 台湾分公司的角元有树总經理来分享。次の講師は新しい信用を創造するクレジットテックのパイオニア、ネットプロテクションズ。NP 後払い台湾支店角本由紀支店長でございます。那接下来呢，我们掌声有请支店长。Let's welcome our next speaker, Yuki Kakumoto, Branch Manager of Net Protections, to join us on the stage. 那么这个场次呢，在这个我们的日本讲师分享完之后呢，还有3场的这个专题演讲哦。那3场专题演讲完之后呢，我们还有这个最后的综合论坛的时间。OK， 好，不好意思哦，那我们等一下呢，应该是先由 Matthew 先讲，不好意思哦。那我们接下来呢，要先请丰达科技股份有限公司 NAFCO 李立航独立董事先上台来跟我们分享。那等一下呢，我们再请这个角元有树总经理上台来分享。Ladies and gentlemen, next please join me in welcoming Matthew Lee, Independent Board Member of NAFCO。我们掌声有请李立航独立董事。
Good afternoon, everyone. I thought I don't have to do it anymore. Thank you for having me here. My topic today is demystify the fintech myths. Let's solve the technology problem first. How do I go down? Which one do I hit? Here. Okay, very good. I'm a businessman and not a technician, so pardon me. Sorry. Oh, okay. So what do I hit? Okay, that one. Okay, my topic is fintech. We have heard a lot about fintech. And what is it exactly? And let's do some uncovering today, this afternoon. But let's begin with its definition. Review its history. Walk through some past business cases, and then we can take a hard look at its future. What is fintech? Is fintech new? Fintech means financial technology. Some say it is a new kid on the block. Some says it's a new technology, unprecedented challenge in future banking. In my view, fintech has been in existence for over 50 years. Fintech is just a new name. A futurist once said, to be a futurist, you have to be a good pastist. That is to say, if you want to understand future, you need to understand past. Also, ancient proverb says, review past to learn future. So today we're going to review some history to uncover the future mystery. First, allow me to introduce myself. I have been working in financial service industry since I graduated from school, which is many years ago. The company I have worked for, including 3 big money center bank, Citibank, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and the global payment network, Visa, global payment processor, First Data, and the e-commerce payment giants, PayPal, mobile payment of American Express. Also, my last venture was blockchain and the virtual currency with a Chinese venture company. I've also been involved with 3 advisory roles. One is a private equity company in payment. The other one is robotic process automation based in UK, and a AI medical company based in Silicon Valley. So I think I'm qualified to be a historian of fintech. Let's review fintech's history. I think fintech began in late 70s and early 80s, when 5 California banks formed Visa and 5 New York banks formed MasterCard. At that time, the technology used was mainframe computer and telecommunication network. Visa and MasterCard used these technologies to build national processing network, and that finally eventually become a global network. Before FinTech 1.0, everything was cash and check. When internet came along, became popular in 1980s, banks began their transformation to internet banking by putting everything on internet. Then mobile banking came along when smartphone penetrated the daily life of households. Now the technology has gone far beyond mobile phone, 5G, blockchain, IoT, you name it. So what's next for fintech in banking and what's next for fintech and banking? But before I predict the future, let's look at methodologically how and what drives technology or fintech changes. Technology breakthrough or major disruptive events change consumer behavior, which in turn drives new demands for services. To meet the new demands, companies innovate by leveraging technology to create solutions. For example, technologies created electronic commerce, internet banking, and mobile payments, all named after technology. And the COVID-19 crisis has accelerated the digital transformation across industries. There are 3, generally speaking, I classify the fintech evolution into 3 passes: automates, replicate, and innovate. Example of automation is repeating the same process flow with computer programs as opposed to manual work. It oftentimes involves system integration, most popular in early stage of fintech. RPA is a newer tool to automate business process. Replicate is to copy, follow a new invention. You can be very successful if you copy well. Here I list one very famous example, Alibaba and eBay. Mr. Jack Ma may disagree, but that's the fact, in my opinion. Innovation often looks radical and disruptive, as it is not the same. It completely changes how things are done, but for better and more. To do that, innovation overturns existing things, rethink from ground up, or start from scratch. PayPal and SpaceX are good examples. Both are founded by Elon Musk, based on its first principle design. I'm going to use 3 past business cases to demonstrate these points. As I mentioned, banks started to issue Visa and MasterCard in the 1980s. To be successful, the card issuing bank must do 3 things right: acquisition, retention, and activation. MBNA was a small American bank, a small American local bank, founded in 1984. It wanted to issue cards, but it doesn't have customer base. Customer acquisition is a challenge. Similar to the big data concept, MBNA invented affinity card program. It issued cards through the affinity partners such as airlines, colleges, dental associations, sports leagues. Affinity members have similar risk profile and act as a group with loyalty. MBNA was extremely successful in customer acquisition, but it's all about big data concept without technology. I have here an example of Taiwanese affinity card, which was quite successful as well. Case number 2. Internet changed consumers' behavior. Buyer wants to buy online and sellers wants to sell on internet. I was with Visa then. We were busy helping banks automate, I re-emphasize, automate card processing on internet. We could not see the forest for the trees. We were married to the existing offline process. We just simply copied what's happening offline, online, and it did not work. Elon Musk saw it differently. He had keen understanding of buyer and seller's pain points and created PayPal. Buyer did not have to give sensitive information to an unknown seller. PayPal keeps buyer's information confidential. Sellers wanted to accept Visa and MasterCard online, but they could not pass bank screening process and could not set up acceptance accounts. Under PayPal rules, seller used PayPal sub-accounts for receiving payments online. This is a very good example of first principle design by Elon Musk, and it worked like a champ then. Case 3. When Alibaba and Tencent became extremely successful in online payment, they wanted to go offline so that their users who do not have China UnionPay card can pay it in retail stores. But how do they do that? Do they issue new cards to every users and build an entire POS network? That will take too long and too expensive. Besides, online shoppers do not want to carry another card. The innovation here was to use QR code for acceptance. This way, no cards need to be issued. QR code scanner is easy and cheap to implement. By deploying QR code technology, WeChat and Alipay swept the market by storm, and you know the rest of the story. QR code was hardly a new technology, but no one can deny using it for payment was a powerful innovation. So, what's past behind us? We usually say, 2020 hindsight is easy to say. To predict future, you need a crystal ball. Predicting future is tough, but history can help us. So let's look into future by looking at pandemic impact, technology impact, and fintech startup and Bank 4. And in terms of technology, I'll talk about cryptocurrency, blockchain, RPA, and payment. So let's first take a look at let's look at the pandemic impact. Since pandemic, consumers want to do more at home and remotely. That includes fitness, meeting, education, shopping, entertainment, gaming, banking, and more. And the trend will continue even after pandemic. The change have helped a few online B2C companies, such as Peloton and Zoom, which was mentioned by Xie Jinghe, 董事长. Their business, due to pandemic, grow rapidly. COVID-19 is a contribution to an explosion in e-commerce at the expense of physical retail stores. It forces the traditional offline commerce to go online. Some actually experience success, such as Domino's Pizza, to name one. On payment front, people are avoiding using cash and prefer contactless. COVID-19 is an accelerator for digital business. Rocket, an online mortgage company, has done great business during the pandemic. As I mentioned, new technologies have also given consumer new experience and expectations. I will cover a few. I know there are many technologies available today. I'll focus a few, which is more fintech related. Blockchain, RPA, biometric recognition, Bank 4.0. Blockchain offers decentralized trust, as there are too much abuse of centralized power, such as fake news, unlimited printing of money, etc. RPA robots can replace manual work and do not need rest. Biometric recognition technology solves a huge identification issue. Contactless payment can be a cool and effective application. Banks are dinosaurs, slow, clumsy, but safe. Fintech company can help banks improve consumer banking experience. So let's begin with blockchain and the cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin was launched in 2009. It can preserve value like gold, but much more liquid and volatile. It is also viewed as a decentralized currency. Decentralized in the sense that no central party or government can control or produce more. Besides Bitcoin, there are other functional cryptocurrencies such as Ripple and JPM Coin. Ripple in cross-border payment to replace SWIFT. JPM Coin is a dollar-backed cryptocurrency from JP Morgan Chase and is used to facilitate interbank payments. While Bitcoin is not ready for payment, there is a potential for a cryptocurrency-based digital economy to supplement the existing monetary system. Digital economy is a plus for globalization, which has been set back by the trade war. Blockchain. Blockchain is the underlying technology of cryptocurrency. It has been a big thing in the past 3 years. While it is still relatively young, it has generated tremendous amount of attention. There have been a few fintech applications built, but much work with other technologies such as IoT, 5G, AI, in order to make the solution useful. The key attributes of blockchain is decentralization with trust. Theoretically, it can replace third party like Visa and the MasterCard, but it must solve the issues of speed and scalability. I see the industry overcome these hurdles ultimately, as centralization is a huge economic and operating cost, and blockchain offer an alternative. China just launched a national blockchain-based service network. Essentially, this network will be the backbone for interconnectability throughout China. Compared with blockchain, RPA is much more down to earth. RPA is mostly business process automation. RPA allows anyone to define a set of instructions for a robot or bot to perform, similar to a computer program, but much agile. RPA bots are capable of mimicking human-computer interactions to carry out repetitive tasks at high volume and speed. RPA has been used in bank account opening, credit analysis, expense reimbursement, and legal research. I think everybody knows KYC is very important. The problem is it takes too much of consumers' time. That is why it is called KYC, kill your customer. But along with OCR, much of the KYC task can be done by RPA. So let us kill the robot, not the customer. I listed here 3 companies for your reference. Against the backdrop of FinTech 4.0, payment business is mostly out of banks' hand. Fintech companies have direct access to bank accounts. Banks no longer is the brand behind payment. Everyone does payment. I heard that Starbucks is going to do payments. Somebody else mentioned they are going to do payments. Everybody does the payment. And POS infrastructure is no longer as big as before, can be downsized. When it comes to payment or banking, you are nobody without your card or ID. You are not you until you prove so with a card. However, when fintech is equipped with biometric recognition, you may not need to prove that you are you anymore. Congratulations. Hopefully soon, next time when you pay, there's no need for a card or ID or even your beloved phone, just your pretty smile. Wouldn't that be nice? Now let's talk a little bit about banking and fintech 4.0. Anyone can build financial services these days, since building fintech application is very easy. There are many technology companies now who are providing tools and infrastructure for apps developers. By saving time on the underlying infrastructure, fintech startup can focus efforts on the application level and get their products to the market quickly. For example, a fintech company called Plaid builds a data transfer network and enables fintech apps to connect with users' bank account so anyone can build consumer-friendly apps. Its users include Venmo, a P2P mobile payment service, Robinhood, a mobile investing app, and Coinbase, a cryptocurrency exchange. So what is left for banks to do? Banks have three essential core functions: deposit, payment, and lending. Bank is government licensed agency. Money saved in the bank is secured and safe. That's why consumer wants to save money in bank. Other than deposit, however, fintech companies can technically do everything else. The rises of fintech companies are forcing banks to unbundle its essential financial services business. When compare banks with fintech companies are much more agile and innovative. Products using new technology are easy to use, error-free, and effective. They are also available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Yet, consumers trust banks more. Money in the bank is safe. But banks are losing the customer touch, facing increased competition, and squeeze the profit margin. So what can bank do? What's the solution for bank? I think banks shall take the offense and team up with fintech companies. There are many fintech applications available. Banks can be the marketplace for fintech products and services, while be the guardian of consumer money. Consumer can feel safe with their money in a virtual bank. I've given this kind of bank a name, virtual bank, while enjoying the newest and most advanced financial technologies. In China, this is already happening. Ant Financial runs one of the world's largest money market fund and supermarket for various financial products. That is Bank 4.0. Before closing, let me share you with one idea. Futuristic payment forms. I think in the future, I hope that we can pay from any monetary form, any monetary source that we have, from anywhere that value is stored, whether it is cash in bank, prepaid store value, credit lines, investment funds, cryptocurrencies, or any assets-backed line of credit. And it can be paid in any form, any mechanism, by touching, your voice, a blink of eyes, or even the thoughts, or not just a thought. So I hope this may inspire you some new innovation, create some unicorns, or another PayPal. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much to Matthew Lee, independent board member of NAPCO, for sharing your insights with us. 再次谢谢丰达科技 NAPCO 李立航独立董事的分享哦，謝謝。白本さん、さっきはすみませんでした。もう一回紹介させていただけませんか。はい、次の講師は新しい信用を創造するクレジットテックのパイオニア、株式会社ネットプロテクションズ NP 後払い台湾支店角本由紀支店長でございます。那接下来呢，我们有请日商恩佩 FT 台湾分公司角原有树总经理来跟我们分享。Let's welcome Mr. Kakumoto, Branch Manager of Net Protections from Japan。掌声欢迎。
I'm the branch manager Yuki Kakumoto from Net Protections Taiwan. I joined in 2014 and have been mainly in charge of launching new businesses and building credit evaluation systems. For these recent years, as an overseas business manager, I expanded our payment service in Taiwan. Today, I would like to talk about the buy now, pay later market in the world and the new trends about credit. We are the #1 buy now, pay later company in Japanese market and the first company to make the concept come to a successful business model. Last year, our annual transaction volume surpassed 350 billion yen, about 100 billion new Taiwan dollars. And the number of yearly unique users exceeded 14.5 million users. And these numbers are continuously increasing every year. Buy now, pay later, or BNPL for short, is a payment method which can be mainly used for online shopping. When you choose BNPL, you can receive the product first. After checking the product, you can complete the payment via convenience stores, post office, bank, or e-payment, etc. at any time you want in 1 month. We are the role between the merchants and the customers and take care of all the operations related to payment, from credit evaluation to billing. In addition, we take the unpaid risk. As shown from our revenue model, we charge service fee from merchants by transactions and additional fees from users if they choose to use our instrument service. Before we started providing BNPL, the main payment methods in Japan were credit card, cash on delivery, and prepaid payment. After that, BNPL became a widespread payment method and became the second popular payment method in Japan, right after credit cards and more than double of cash on delivery. We are now by far the #1 company in Japan, accounted for over 6% of the market share, with more than 10 competitors within the industry. Our BNPL service is used by various major e-commerce websites, including Rakuten, Uniqlo, and eBay. Its annual use exceeds $3 billion. We started to expand our overseas business in 2018 and launched the BNPL service FT in Taiwan market. Now our unique users are over 200,000, and we also built the partnership with various major e-commerce companies such as PC Home. after it's growing strongly and fast. Actually, BNPL is a rapidly growing payment service around the world. Klarna, which operates in Europe, started in 2005, and their annual transaction is 1 trillion New Taiwan dollars, with an enterprise value of 300 billion New Taiwan dollars. And Afterpay started in Australia in 2015 and is now growing rapidly in the United States. Their annual transaction currently is 250 billion New Taiwan dollars, with an enterprise value of 450 billion New Taiwan dollars. In addition to Klarna and Afterpay, BNPL is also growing in countries where EC is growing rapidly. In Indonesia, Akulaku, which has Ant Financials Investing, provide BNPL service. Also Shopee, an EC platform with Tencent's investment, has also started providing BNPL service in Indonesia. And in India, Flipkart and Amazon are the top 2 e-commerce companies, both of which have begun to provide BNPL service too. By the way, Flipkart is invested by Walmart. Under this situation, with the support of tech giant companies, the BNPL service is growing faster than the total EC market. And we, Net Protections, are the 3rd largest company in the world. In fact, only Klarna and we, Net Protections, continue to keep in the black. The reason for the growth of BNPL service is the rapid growth of the EC market. There are 2 needs for BNPL. The first is need for those who don't like to use credit card online for safety and security. The second is the need for those who don't have credit cards but expect to receive product fast. For example, young people or the people in developing countries. In this way, BNPL generates new credit by using various information online and contributes to the growth in the EC market. Especially in the fintech industry, credit attracts people's widely attention in these years. With advances in technology, it is becoming possible to generate more diversified credit by utilizing various data, such as information on SNS, purchase information, and usage information of various services online. For example, things like scoring credit and providing various services according to the score have exploded in China. Scores are evaluated by various items such as credit records, repayment ability, and consuming habits. The higher the score, the better conditions of various services user can receive. In Japan, large enterprises have also started to provide similar services. Such scoring can generate new credit and provide opportunity equal, but people with bad scores tend to get worse, and people with good scores can get better scores. It may cause the risk of raising gaps between users, on the other hand. To eliminate these negative aspects and connect them to social value, we not only analyze more precisely for forecasting, but also take risk in providing new credit for every user. The keywords are listed here. I think it is important to believe in the possibility of the future based on the belief of mankind as fundamentally good, and to generate credit in the future, rather than judging past mistake based on the belief of mankind as fundamentally evil and cutting them off. Back to our business model again. We take the risk of unpaid. So we use credit evaluation. But we don't cooperate with external credit institutions at all. We make our credit system based on our own credit logic. The credit system is based on the belief that humans are fundamentally good, and we provide all users a chance to use for the first time within a certain amount. This logic supplies the traditional financial companies in Japan. To continue, I will explain the credit system more detailedly. We feed big data to AI and data scientists and tune the credit system by using those various information to judge the risk of transactions. At the evaluated time, we accept transactions in middle high risk zone. This is a very important point. It makes advantage of improving CVR for merchants and leading to more opportunities for users. In fact, for us as well, by passing credit, we can obtain the revealed training data, such as knowing whether the users actually pay or not. By feeding those results, our credit systems becomes better and better. With this kind of credit system and the knowledge acquired over these years, our unpaid rate has been decreased down to 0.6%. Finally, I would like to summarize again. Companies continue to provide credit service to those, both individuals and companies, without enough history of credit now. We think it is also important to take the risk in providing new credit for every user to eliminate the disparity. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much to Yuki Kakumoto, Branch Manager of Net Protections. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
我们
much.
非常谢湾分公司角元有树总经理的精彩分享哦。Thank you. And next, we'd like to invite Tap Pay that pursues faster checkout and better payment achieved with a simple touch. 那接下来呢，我们邀请到的是不断追求让结账速度以及购物体验完美并存的 Tap Pay 乔瑞科技庄凡哲创办人及执行长。Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Stephen Fanja Zhuang, founder and CEO of CherryTech Tap Pay. 掌声欢迎。
好，大家午安。
Good afternoon. My presentation is written in Chinese, so I'm going to speak in Mandarin to give a presentation about my company and some of the market-leading products we have. And making a digital world a better place is what is our slogan. We have been focusing on online technologies, and we use our technologies to prevent scams, identity theft, and more explanation will be offered later. And our product is called Tap Pay, is relatively renowned payment gateway product. Now I would like to talk about payment or payment experience. Our company was set up in 2015, which is already a booming year for e-commerce. A lot of people ask us this question: would there still be an opportunity to go into the payment market? Cherry or Tap Pay are not offering payment. We focus instead on payment experience. The experience itself include two main factors. One is speed, and another one is security. It seems that we need to strike a balance of the two. However, these two are contradictory. The more validation process and steps put in place to prevent scam, for example, text validation, can these measures give customers a sense of security, and that can reduce the possibility of fraudulent activities. However, it's going to take a very long time. Take the Asia Pacific statistic, for example. So you will have 7% or 10% drop of orders per 1 minute loan payments process. So we have this two-dimensional text message validation, which means that the website will send you a text message of the PIN code, and then you have to key in the PIN code. However, that leads to 15% order drop. So for a lot of payment service providers, they want to first ensure the safety and security while making sure there is no drop of order. So this is actually the focus of Cherry. Sherry. So we have two business units. One is TapPay. TapPay is actually a platform for e-commerce. So we would like to build the the fastest and securest payment experience. And another business unit is called Ocean. That is for bank. So we feel that it seems that to identify fraudulent activities is as if you were trying to find a needle in the haystack, and the fraudulent activity is less than 1% of all transactions. However, just one case can be quite damaging. So we try to help banks to lower the risk of fraudulent activities. In 2018, we have been recognized by KPMG as top 100 startup companies. So we have important clients from Asia Pacific region. So we have more than 50 big partners introduce our risk management processes. So I can share with you device fingerprint recognition. So we have telecom clients. We have Apple, we have Google, e-commerce brand, and we have bank partners from Malaysia, Thailand, and actual use cases. Before I start, I would like to illustrate with an example how exactly can we help e-commerce a merchant to solve these problems. So this is a payment example. So for example, this is what happens to the client who hasn't adopted our product. First, they have to choose the payment method. They can choose between a credit card, ATM, and once they select their preferred method of payment, they will be taken to a redirection page. That is for security concern, because if they are putting in credit card information on e-commerce website, then the e-commerce merchant has to do has liabilities. So they have to first take them to another redirectional page with a secure environment. So once they have put in the information of a credit card, then you will see the next page. It's called OTP code. So probably all have seen this. You have to receive a PIN code first, and then you through text message, and then you type the code, and then the transaction will be completed. Just imagine yourselves as a client, which when you're making online purchase, then you will be redirected to another page, even though a sense of security is created, but that lead to an inconsistency of their experience. A lot of people lose their order. So the conversion rate is around 2 to 4%. So only 2 to 3% of people would actually complete an entire transaction of purchase, and only 25% of people. So we had 75% of people put the merchants into the cart, but they did not go through with the transaction. And then we have a 15% of drop off. That is the result of this kind of redirectional page. A lot of people, they actually purchase on their impulse, so you give them extra time, like few seconds more for reconsideration, so they decided against the decision. And then in terms of internet penetration rate, it's much higher than telephones. For example, if you are in the basement, you have access to Wi-Fi, but you don't have cell signals to receive a text message. Not to mention, if you go overseas, for example, if you don't have the SIM card with you, if you're traveling overseas, you won't be able to receive the text message. So even though this is quite secure, this offers a high level of security. However, this also lead to a high dropout rate. So we use our iFirm technology, and the credit card information can be strongly secured while it's the process integrated into the e-commerce merchant's own website. So that gives you a sense of seamless experience. And for a lot of people who value user experience, this is a very dramatic change. And the second thing we do is that the users can store their credit card information. For example, if I have purchased from the same merchant once, then for the second purchase, I can use one click for payment. However, one click is highly risky. If your account is stolen, then your credit card information will be stolen altogether. So for a loyal customer, the service will provide to the merchant is that the loyal customer doesn't have to enter the credit card information. It only takes one click. And for most of the consumers, they would directly go to the page of completion of the payment process, which you see that the dynamic code validation is OTP page is gone. So we use another important technology which can detect fraudulent activities, misconduct. So they trace the way your mouse to reduce the risks of fraudulent. I think for fraudsters, the way they use their mouse and typing the information are different from the honest, authentic buyers. So if we use a three-dimensional OTP to solve this problem, then that means that we distrust everyone, and that lead to 15% of dropout rate. But there is only 1% of possibility of fraudulent activity, and doesn't really make sense to give up 100% all the people because of that 1% of misconduct. And for those really suspicious transactions, we can reduce the number to about 10%, and the dropout rate can be reduced to 1.5. So it's 15% multiplied with 10%. So you can actually maintain the risk level at very close to 100%. You can first maintain your security level while you still ensure the minimum level of dropout rate. Take the high-speed rail, for example. There are different type of business. So we have a 15% dropout rate, and that is the average. For a lot of e-commerce, their consumers a lot of times is do compulsive buying. Impulsive buying. And for the payment experience, I think there is something we can improve in terms of the storage of credit card information. So a lot of times you will be asked to key in the last 4 digits of your credit card number. So we work with Visa and MasterCard through the technology that you can have the card number. You for us, this actually improve the level of trust from the consumers, and so the consumers can feel a better sense of security. And with all these said, we actually offer our risk engine to reduce the risk level for merchants while ensuring the speed of transaction. And we have spent a lot of time on the development of the technology, DDCA, Device Data Collector Analyzer. It sounds very complicated. It's very easy. They just collect the data information and analyze the collected information. So in addition to payment, the risk is fraudulent activities, identity theft. But a lot of the problems have to do with accounts, but not necessarily related to transactions. Take phishing website, for example. They use Facebook, Line, or email. They send you a message. Mr. or Mrs. that you have this order, please click the link, and that will take you to a website that is very similar to the original one if you don't really check their website address. So the first step would ask you for your credit card information and your account information so they can have access to two value information from you. Secondly, we have this recent incidents. So this is actually a rent house leasing website, but the fraudsters still managed to scam people. So they actually listed a beautiful house with a very low price. So interested people would make a call to the house owner, and the landowner would say that they need to pay for a deposit first. So even though these are not direct transactions taking place on the website, but these are the kind of fraudulent activities we would like to prevent from happening. And we have the third party scam. So a lot of the scams happened with ATM transactions. How does it happen? If I visit a big e-commerce platform, I place an order and I use this account for payment. So if I can fill in the information of and then this is a virtual account, and the account has been posted to another auction website. For example, they are saying that they are going to get this iPhone with the cheaper price, so they would actually pay for the scammer, so the scammer can actually use this to get this iPhone. So you have the actual client and website and the third party as the scammer. So we are trying to very hard to reduce this from happening. The problem is that all the people's accounts. So people can use exactly the same account and password for different platforms. For example, at Yahoo, at PC Home, books.com. So a lot of people would use exactly the same accounts. And once they successfully steal your account and password, they can have access to all kinds of other platforms where you're registered. So in terms of the scams, issues, identity theft have been rampant. So we first, with DDCA, we make a judgment on high risk behaviors. And thirdly, we would actually analyze the historical record of the device. So behavior judgment. A lot of people, when they go online, they use VPN, they use Chrome or all kinds of different tools. That does not mean you have you're suspicious, but that just indicate the propensity of suspicious activities. So on the surface, seems that this can be a very normal domestic transaction that actually happens overseas. In the past, that was not able to be detected. So, for example, use a Taiwan credit card to buy something that's being posted to a Taiwan address. But by digging further, we discovered that language setting was Russian. And that is really weird. But of course, you cannot say that being a scam, but this happens all the time. Even though the entire transaction appears to be a local transaction. So we have some ways to identify suspicious activities or accounts. And also, we would monitor whether the device and this account exist at the same time. For example, this person uses this card and this device at platform A, and 15 days later, the same card and the same device is being used on the second website. And basically, that means this is a legit transaction. And thirdly, we do more. We go beyond these validation. We check their address, their emails, and their behavior. So we would actually generate a device map of their activity. So they will have the email, the address information, and then we would actually generate a evaluation score of the overall risk. But it's very important to be able to have the to be able to track the customer's his past usage patterns. So you can actually set up your own parameter. So by different grade or different level of risks, then you can actually give them different options. So we are aiming to, if 90% of customers they are safe, then they don't have to go through the validation process. And for the high risk customers, maybe you need to call out to them instead of sending a text message. So we would actually give a risk advice. And then different merchants, they have different margin of profitability. Then they need to decide the level of risk they can undertake. So we can collect more than 700 of device information, including CPU, GPU, RAM. These are the kind of information and the model. And going further than that, we have OS, we have firmware, WebG information. So we can collect a parameter of the device. And going up, you have, for example, the gesture, the IP addresses. It's very interesting that the further you go up, the data can better show a person behavior. For example, if I have cell phones being manufactured in the same at the same time, so the more you go up to the level of validation, and the better you can verify their authenticity. So it is very important to look at the consistency of device usage. So you see that once you have a certain level of frequency of using this device, then even though there might be some changes, we will still be able to make decisions and judge the risk level. So we have some fraudulent activity detection, for example, identity theft. So for our DDCA system, we aim to prevent all kinds of fraudulent activities and scams. And a lot of people ask us, why don't we use cookie? Because that is easily, that can easily be manipulated. So that is why we use DDCA for connections between different websites. So all different websites can be protected at the same time. Thank you for your attention. And this is our mission. And I do look forward to see you again in the future.
Thank you to Stephen, founder and CEO of ChuriTech TapPay. Thank you. 非常谢谢哦。那接下来呢，我们要邀请到的是台湾最大的共享机车服务平台 WeMo 威摩科技吴新佩创办人及执行长上台来跟我们分享哦。Ladies and gentlemen, and next we are going to invite Jeffrey Wu, founder and CEO of WeMo, the biggest scooter sharing platform in Taiwan. 那这个执行长分享完之后呢，我们会邀请到刚才这个场次的几位讲师哦。加入我们综合对谈的时间，会有更广泛以及更深入的讨论。All right, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jeffrey Wu. 让我们掌声欢迎吴新佩创办人及执行长。
Thank you, Day Summit, for this opportunity for us to share a little bit about our thoughts about how WeMo Scooter will create this smart city of the future. And I wanted to echo the previous speaker, Stephen. His company is very customer focused, and like ours, we pride ourselves to be a customer focused or using a more of a service approach mentality at looking at how we can improve everybody's city lives. And as people have talked about throughout the day, the COVID-19 pandemic has indeed impacted our everyday lives as well as the business environment. And in this era, digital transformation or becoming more of a digital native company is even more important in this day. You need to be able to, on a daily basis, acquire user insights, acquire information about your operations, and be able to make this business decisions on a daily basis. And that's actually how WeMo Scooter was able to weather in this kind of situations. We are, from the beginning, our design of the company, we are, from the start, a consumer-based company, a data-based company. We collect massive amount of data to make our business decisions. And as such, even in this day and age, we were able to grow at about 100 to 200% CAGR every single year. That's something I believe was the power of data that brings to this company. So allow me to share a little bit about what we have done in this journey and how what we think WeMo Scooter could bring to our beloved cities in the future as well. So before I talk about the future, I mean, a little bit about myself, because we are a Taiwanese homegrown startup and still relatively small. So a lot of times people ask me how we came up with the idea of WeMo Scooter. I think my past background in multinational companies definitely help with this journey along the way. I first started at Intel as an engineer at Intel. At that time, of course, Intel is facing some troubles these days, but we still prided ourselves to be the largest semiconductor manufacturers of the world and connecting people, allowing communications to be happening across the scale. And then I went to business school, and then I joined McKinsey. And at McKinsey, we pride ourselves to always be able to create 10 times the values for our clients. And at that time, I learned a lot of business acumens, business strategies. And in those two different experiences, I realized that a lot of the more successful companies, definitely one of the things that they do is they focused on like the capturing the next mega trends. And those mega trends are the ones that's able to shape industries, that's able to shape the world that we will be living in the future. And those experiences helped me realize that in this company, Wemo Scooter, that I started, that both shared economy, circular economy, and also digitization and big data, those are the macro trends that this company, or I think every company in the world, needs to be able to think about, because that's where the future of the economy, the future for the environment will be. So let me take some time to show just very briefly what Wemo Scooter is in the video. As you can see in the video, sorry, next page. Yes. As you can see in the video, Wemo Scooter is a consumer service company where we aim to provide more convenient urban mobility through the sharing of motorcycles. All you need to do is you have an app, you click a few buttons, and then you can rent all the motorcycles that's being placed conveniently around the city. This service alone has many benefits. One is it actually helps reduce pollution. Going back to the whole circular economy trend, we're hoping that our impact to this, our carbon footprints and impact to this world is reduced. At the same time, it also helps improve utilization of vehicles, because a lot of times people, when they purchase vehicles, they don't actually use it very, very often. So sharing becomes an option for them. But what Wemo think is the most important thing is each of these motorcycles actually becomes a hub of sensors that we're able to collect massive data of. As you can see in this brief demonstration, these are actually actual traces of our users using our vehicles throughout Taipei City. So on the real-time basis, we collect all these massive usage data, environmentally related data. I think it's the reason why it's able to help us improve our services. It's been able to help us understand our customers, but it's also the reason why we can keep differentiating ourselves and to keep up the competitiveness of the company. And that's also why, going back to, we pride ourselves to be a service-oriented company and versus a product-oriented company. I think the major difference is how much you cycle through improvements. You know, a lot of times a more product-centric company would cycle through developments. It takes months or years. But as a service-oriented company, you know, we're taking the burden to always be improving. You know, the cycle times are sometimes reduced to weeks or even days. And this is a screen that demonstrates what we see on a daily basis on our dashboards in our control towers, which is extremely important because it is for the company as a whole. Every single employee, if they have access to data, they will be able to make real-time decisions and manage the operations through more of a data centric approach. And without these data, there's no way we could be able to do this. And so, as you can see, there's all these data on the map. Each of these are representing a particular vehicle that's parked here in Taipei City. We could, through this dashboard, we could know if the vehicle is in use, if it's available online for users to use, if something goes wrong with it, it needs repair, or if it's in transit to be sent to the repair shops. You know, all of these individual vehicles, the signals that we collect, when you accumulate those signals, it becomes insights. It becomes data for your data-driven approaches to change the company strategy or aid with company decisions. And it also helped us understand more of the consumer insights. As an example, because we constantly real-time monitor these informations, we were able to know that our ridership near MRT stations actually improved or is increasing more faster than ridership not near MRT stations. And as a result, we started working with EasyCard and also work with MRT company to provide more services for our customers. And to be able to collect all these data, we actually rely heavily on our home in-house developed telematics system that we called it the Wemo Sentinel Box. The word sentinel, by definition, is a soldier standing guard. It's there 24/7. It's always loyal, always protecting the city. And that's exactly what this Sentinel Box does. And Wemo believes is very important because it has a very important strategic value when it is placed all over the city. So what does this Sentinel Box do? It has three main purposes. One, it provides user service, system service, and vehicle health data. In terms of user service, it offers basic user control. So the users know information like ride logging, how much they've spent. It's able to turn on the vehicle, shut off the vehicle, open the trunk, and such. It also offers customer service. When they call customer service, they know a lot more information from these user services. On a system level, there are some aspects that our system pioneered. One particular important trait is actually the over-the-air updates. In this digital age, if you need to be able to update to a massive number of hardwares, there's no way that you don't do an OTA or over-the-air update anymore. If you rely on the old traditional methods where you do massive recalls and accept customers to come back to you, that does not work anymore. As we could see, even the likes of company like Tesla have been deploying over-the-air updates to their vehicles on a constant basis to update their firmware, to update their performance of their vehicles. And Wemo Scooter also, since we started 4 to 5 years ago, built this into our system. And we are the only ones in Taiwan right now that's able to deploy this on a massive scale. And ever since our launch, we've already deployed over 100 times over-the-air updates to our vehicles. And thirdly, on vehicle health, actually each of our vehicle, it has intelligence on them. It's able to understand where it is in the city, whether something goes wrong, whether it is in the parking lot, it's on the side of the road, it's tilted, does it have any impact to it, and such. So this actually helps us understand if there's anything goes wrong. We could provide the best and most immediate responses. For example, we could help call an ambulance to our customers if we indeed detected a crash, and we could help the customers make the appropriate responses right after. And with this service-oriented approach, we've been able to grow and improve our customer experience in the past 4 years. And we're actually very fortunate to have experienced at first steady growth and then explosive growth in the past 2 years. And we have about 500,000 users in Taipei City, New Taipei City, and Kaohsiung now. And we average about almost 1 million rides a month. And we're very proud to say that this is, as a result, we could claim that the usage habits of a shared vehicle has been established here now in Taipei City for most of the citizens' daily lives, especially for the younger generation. Out of every 10 people in Taipei City that's aged between 18 to 25, 2 of them are currently Wemo Scooters users. So we're actually very proud of the kind of user experiences that we brought to the users, and the users have happily adopted our services. So with the sharings of motorcycles becoming more of a norm these days, that actually also got me thinking, what more can we actually do for this city? So it reminds me of a time when I watched the documentary by Leonardo DiCaprio, Before the Flood. I'm not sure if people have seen it, but it's basically a documentary about climate change. It talks about how in the late 90s and early 2000s, back then, everybody was talking about how small individual actions, bringing environmental consciousness to every person on this planet, and for every single person to change out the light bulbs in their house to become an LED light bulb. That was very important. But in the documentary, he mentioned, because it's 10 years after, he said, that kind of approach is not enough. It is actually too slow. So it actually led me to believe that corporates are actually the ones that needs to be in the driver's seats to lead further innovation and to drive further change. It is not to say that corporates are taking over the consumer's job or the government's job, but it is more important these days that corporates takes the responsibility to come up with cooperations and a three-way win-win situation for the three parties that's essential to drive change, to drive for next city, the future of our city's growth. So corporates are the ones that's responsible for coming up with the technology and disruptive advancements. And these days, the consumers, actually, the digital natives, they're eager to adopt to these new products and services. And together with the government as well, government should put in place the measures as infrastructures, as policies, and be thinking about the possibility to drive new data-driven public services. And this is extremely important in order to create this win-win-win situation for all of us that's living in this city. And that's also actually why I'm also spending a lot of times as the Digital Platform Economy Association in Taiwan as the president, to help organizations bridge gaps between the government and corporates. So, which brings up to my next topic, which is with all these data that Wemo Scooter is able to collect, we have the goal to also work with the government to create a better and smarter city to live in, beyond just transportation applications. Because a lot of times people talk about smart cities, like what exactly is smart city? What does it really mean? Honestly, I don't think there's a perfect answer, but for me, I feel like we should be able to provide measurable improvements to the quality of lives. And by measurable, I mean that for the citizens, they feel that there's real change, not just some metrics or some government belief that there are change. So with Wemo Scooter being able to collect so much data that could contribute to the information infrastructure backbone for both cities, for publics, especially in the 5G era, there's so many of our vehicles parked everywhere in the streets. We're able to detect on a daily basis, on a minute basis, traffic data, temperature, humidity, road conditions, PM 2.5 levels, and even if we install dash cams on our vehicles, we should be able to collect footages that helps with improving the safety of traveling within the city. We should help with city governance. It should be able to empower the intelligence of our city policies, of our cities. An example of which, that's something that we hope with 5G and with smart city applications, we could bring in using the V2X protocols, to increase the safety of motorcycle users. In Taiwan, the #1 cause of motorcycle accident resulting in deaths is actually the impact of motorcycles with larger vehicles like a bus or a truck. We believe that with 5G technology and utilizing V2X technology, we should be able to help, whether it is through V2V communications between the vehicle, the motorcycle, and the bus, or through V2I, where the bus stop and the vehicles could have additional conversations. There's something that we could do there to improve the rider safety. And even though the technology is not existent today, but Wemo Scooter has the advantage in this realm because, again, we have so many of these vehicles in the streets, so many of these users using it. If we were the ones to actually start experimenting, developing this technology, we're probably the only ones that's capable of having the number of large data in order to make this become a reality. And in the end, with all the data that we collect, we could probably create a virtual city data that acts as the city's blueprint and allowing to better response to incidents or response to events that's happening around the city. And that leads to my last slide, which actually in the long-term aspiration is for Wemo to be able to connect all of infrastructures relating to urban transportation and relating to smart cities together as one. Not only just the motorcycle services that I just talked about, which basically is putting IoT-based technology into the vehicles and using a user-friendly application and also a fleet management system to run this whole operations, but also to include the smart city and big data information onto this, as well as some of the electric and energy infrastructures, even though we didn't mention it too much today, but it's also extremely important. So if we're able to integrate all of this solution into one, we were able to provide a platform or a cloud-based services that we could make sure that we could participate in future energy and smart city megatrends, not only for the city of Taiwan, but also in other places in the world. And it is my vision that as a father of 2 boys, we want to ensure that we create an environment that our next generations, when they live in, they will still feel good about it. It's a place that is still as beautiful as it is today for us. So Wemo Scooter will still continue to contribute to Taiwan to make Taiwan cities better and to make city livings better for all. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much to Jeffrey, founder and CEO of Wemo Scooter. Thank you so much. Thank you once again to Jeffrey. And I just had a Wemo ride yesterday, and it was great. Yeah, thank you to Jeffrey and thank you to Wemo. All right, 那在我们换场的这个中间呢，我再来跟大家工商服务一下哦。大家可以看到您的识别证的这个背面呢，有2组的 QR code， 下面这一组呢，可以进入到我们这次2020 Day Summit 的线上 VR 虚拟的这个摄影棚哦，虚拟的舞台上面呢，我们可以找到所有关于大会的相关的资料，以及我们参与企业的相关资讯哦。那上面呢，这一组 QR code 可以进入到我们线上的 Occupy 的云端平台，我们在上面呢及时上传我们2020 Day Summit 的照片。那同时呢，我们所有的与会贵宾也可以及时的下载我们精彩的这个照片哦，每一个片段呢，精彩片刻我们都不错过。And for Day Summit this year, we have a VR stage online by scanning the QR code on the bottom in the back of your badge. You can go into that VR world of Day Summit 2020 where you can find everything you need to know about Day Summit 2020. And also on the top, it's another QR code that will take you to the Occupied Cloud platform. You can download the pictures in real time. 好，那接下来呢，我们今天第一天最后哦，我们刚才听完刚才5位讲师哦， 非常精彩的分享。我们最后呢还有综合讨论的时间，要邀请刚才的几位讲师以及我们的主持人呢回到舞台上来。And now we move on to the panel discussion in the afternoon. And for that, we'd like to invite all of our speakers to join us once again on the stage. 那我们最后的这个综合论坛的场次呢，非常荣幸为各位邀请到的是数位经济及产业发展协会詹婷怡副理事长担任主持人。我们先掌声欢迎我们的主持人到台上来。And to moderate this session, we're very happy that Nicole Tingi-Chan, Vice Chairperson of Digital Transformation Association, is joining us. 那也欢迎刚才的几位讲师都回到舞台上来。And we'd like to invite all of our speakers back to the stage. Let's welcome Matthew Lee from NAPCO once again. 我们再次有请 NAPCO 李立航独立董事。我们也要有请日商恩佩 FT 台湾分公司角元有树总经理。Let's welcome Yuki Kakumoto, Branch Manager of Net Protections. Please also join us on the stage. 小瑞科技 TapPay 庄凡哲创办人及执行长 Steven Zhuang, Founder and CEO of Cherry Tech TapPay， 以及我们刚才的这个讲者微摩科技 WeMo 吴新佩创办人及执行长 Jeffrey Wu, Founder and CEO of WeMo Scooter。好，有请我们的语坛贵宾就座。那接下来时间就交给我们的主持人副理事长。
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Our distinguished panelists and friends here and online. Thank you for joining us to the afternoon section. Afternoon is a tough time, but I think our panelists have already gave a very great speeches. In our first speaker, we learned from him. He gave us overall about the ICT environment right now, from the supercomputer to personal PC, then internet, mobile internet, and all different kind of intelligent devices combined with all the ICT technologies, including AI, big data, cloud age, etc. So I think right now, of course, 5G. Right now we are going into the post-convergence era. That is why digital transformation becomes the very important, I think, most important issues for the time being. And then our other panelists, from their speeches, we learn different kind of business model and technology, including the fintech technologies and the BNPL model and the credit tech, right? Yeah, I am concentrated to your speeches. Yes, and also the our other speeches. Your business is focused on the fingerprint-based fraud monitoring technology, right? And of course, Jeffrey's business model the new economy. So I think. From all our speeches, right now we are going to the panel discussion. The topic of our panel discussion is advanced deployment of digital transformation. I just found that most of our panelists come from the financial related business, and so I think no doubt the payment mechanism and the financial related issues is very important to the digital transformation, and I think it's the new economy, the fundamental environment, and so I think Jeffrey is the representative of the new economy, the vertical, as a vertical ecosystem, right? So when we are talking about a new economy, we must talk about the COVID. So since the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, most of industries suffered significantly, but the digital economy was booming. Of course, the financial technology is one of them. So my first question, I think, goes to Matthew and Yuki-san and Stephen. Yeah. So may I ask what do you think the reason of the why the COVID-19 pandemic play this kind of important role, and what is the real meaning behind that? Yeah. I think Matthew, you go first. Yeah.
Thank you, Nicole, for your great introduction. And I do believe you pay a lot of attention to our speech. I'm so happy somebody's listening. In terms of COVID-19 post-pandemic situation, I think, like it or not, people are forced to stay home or do things remotely. And for self-safety reason and or for public health reason. Because of that purpose, all the applications or technology are geared towards keeping people at home, whether it is education, dining, information, entertainment, banking, you name it. It also forced a lot of retail store to go to digital. Domino Pizza, for example, they're actually doing more business online than offline before, because people found that pizza is easy to order and get delivered. It's a strange situation, but that's the fact. I mentioned a company called what I don't remember the name anymore. It's a stock that recently just went IPO and doing great. You cannot imagine, it is a fitness company. They do online coaching on fitness. The other company called Mirror. You use the app and there's a mirror at home. There's a coach teach you how to do fitness. It is all because people want to stay home and do things remotely. Xie Jinghe 董事长 also mentioned Zoom. People want to do meeting, social, online at home, and that's the only way to do it. So COVID-19 really forced all the business to go digital across the industry.
Regarding the pandemic, the change due to the pandemic, I think changes that haven't happened before eventually come back. But the pandemic will drive the changes that have existed before. Digital economy and fintech are also the changes that have existed for a long time. So the pandemic has accelerated those changes. The pandemic has increased the use of online shopping and services. This increased the online payment. Even offline, cashless payment was promoted due to the concern about the infection through the real money. In addition, increasing the use of online shopping and services, a lot of data is accumulated. And so these data generate the new innovation at fintech areas. Yes.
So digitalization for me, it's a trend with or without COVID-19. Financial will be the last thing to go digitalized because of regulations. But now it's happening faster than before. But from our study here in Taiwan, because we are not really impacted by COVID-19 a lot. So if we're talking about if there's a increased demand on e-commerce, well, I think a little bit in Q3 or Q2 2020, but then it goes down a little bit. So it's still improvements on the online shopping, but it's not. For me, it's not a long-term impact. So in Taiwan, it's still okay. There's not much change. But as we see in Southeast Asia, there is a huge impact. In Thailand, the transaction volume goes around 70% increase compared to 2019. So financial service payment is one of the financial service. We also have like insurance, loan, like wealth management. So everything will go online because people cannot go to bank branch and do financial service. So that's also one of the trend that's happening right now.
Okay, thank you. For me, I think I always think that banking is not concerning about the location. Banking is kind of the experience, yeah, and the services. So let's move to the second question. As you, most of you are running the interruptive technology business model or come from entrepreneur. So I think you are very caring about the attitude about a regulator, right? As I was a former regulator in Taiwan, although I did a lot of works about deregulation, but I think most government regulators, they are trying to set up many different kind of regulation. And when we talk about the regulation, people said that regulation always give a bad influence about the innovation. So in the recent years, some regulators, they raised the new concept about regulation. We call it responsible innovation. So for the payment mechanism, I think most money-related business include, for example, the digital currency or the different kind of a digital payment. No doubt that sometimes they will raise some disadvantages and cause the side effect. So what do you think about the phenomena, and what is opinion about can people do something to prevent it in advance? So I think Jeffrey, you go first. Okay.
Thank you, Nicole. As you mentioned, being responsible is actually a big conversation topic for the urban mobility world as well, because we saw shared bicycles come and go, and now all over the world we also have shared kick scooters. That's in some places a success, in some places not. And I think it has a lot to do with, again, as I mentioned in my speech, how the corporate attitude is. Because the corporates have also needs to be responsible citizens and needs to be in the driver's seats to ensure the right changes are imposed in their industry and to their customers and to the government. Customers these days are becoming smarter and smarter. They not only want to enjoy the benefits, the conveniences of the products or services that corporates provide. They also care a lot about the vision or the mission behind those corporates. So a lot of the consumers do care if a corporate is behaving ethically or doing businesses the right ways. So at the same time, the government, of course, they need to not only think about regulating the new innovative industries, but we also do know that when they do actually want to impose new policies or new laws, the pace is really slow. So how do you balance between a group of eager consumers that's willing to adopt to new technologies, but also require you to be ethical. And also you have to drag along the governments that's a little bit slow, that keeps thinking about wanting to regulate you. I think I mean, of course, it's very difficult. The corporates is stuck in between to do that. But that also then is the big challenge for corporate leaders to remain faithful to their corporate culture and corporate ethics. As I think the founder of Boku also mentioned in his speech, in his video, that is actually the most important thing. And so, all that being said, I think trust is still something that even in this digital world is extremely important. How to maintain that trust, how to bring all the stakeholders together on board and face the even newer futures that we will be doing. I think that's extremely important.
Yeah, we are facing the unpredictable world, and how to collaborate with different multiple stakeholders. I think that is very important. So, how about your opinion, Matthew?
Yes, responsible innovation versus reckless innovation. I do not understand why would anyone will risk their own business and creating product that is not safe, that will harm consumer. Because at the end of the day, your innovation is to help the society, is to benefit your consumers. And if you do anything that, if you are not careful, if you are reckless for short-term benefit, your business won't survive, your innovation will go down to the tube. So I don't understand why would anyone do any reckless business. But that being said, I think as a startup, you really need to take responsibility to maintain your customers' trust. I understand that you want to offer convenience to attract customers, to make it is easy to use, but it can never be at the expense of risk taking or putting your consumer at risk. Talking about regulator, I think regulator also need to understand what's behind that innovation and understand the risk extent of that innovation and come up with regulation properly, not to restrict the business, not to restrict the invention, but to help the innovation grow and help consumer at the end. At the end of the day, I will say between convenience and risk management, you have to do both properly. And I think risk management probably go before convenience. I will use PayPal as an example. PayPal run a huge business, and 50% of their operating costs, more than 50% of their employees are engaging in risk management operations. And the risk management is everyone's responsibility, not just risk management people. So only that you can build a healthy business and a strong bonding with your customer with trust. PayPal's PayPal has consumer user guarantee protection. They guarantee that their merchandise is good. And their loss is only 12 basis points when their revenue is 500 basis points. So they can do it. They can minimize the risk, but also they manage a very well-run, responsible innovation.
Matthew has mentioned very important thoughts that regulator need to the mindset of regulator also need to be changed. That is also need a paradigm shift. Okay, so about Yuki-san.
The financial areas we are involved in are very more serious areas than the main areas of the digital revolution so far. The most important thing is the safety. Yes. In this area, the method of outputting the service is fast and improving while rotating the PDCA cycle, which has been popular for the last 20 years, causes a big problems. Since the financial area is about the money, so no fatal bugs are allowed. Similar to manufacturing of automobiles, it is extremely important to repeat the test many times and put them out into the world with maximum safety. And it is important to establish and comply with regulations so that users will not suffer damage. Also, if something something goes wrong, it is necessary for the companies to take responsibility for compensation so that users will not be harmed.
Customer feel trusted and safety. Yeah. Okay. How about you, Stephen?
So digitalization is, of course, result in more risk and more fraud. So think about when you are doing something face to face, there is a regional limitation, right? So you go to the shop and you buy something. People see each other. And then if you're living in Taipei, say like this area, you cannot move far away to another area in a very short period of time. But that thing's gonna change when you are doing things online. A Brazil fraudster can make a transaction here in Taiwan, and then they are able to move to like USA and make a transaction on Amazon using using a stolen credit card in less than 1 second. So the fraud and risk will become a more big problem in the near future, or I would say it's currently happening. From the statistic in 2019, the overall credit card fraud in Taiwan alone is around 2.4 billion. And then it's doubling year by year. So it will be a very big problem in the future. So that's why our company aims to solve the fraud and risk issue and hope to make the world a digital place.
Yeah, you raise a very important point. So right now, I would like to move the more business core questions. So I think many enterprises are committed to digital transformation, especially accelerated the promotion of digital transformation due to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. But the Research Institute also raised that, pointed out that up to 70% digital transformation projects have failed. I think the in the morning, one speaker in the morning also raised the point. Because many enterprises ignore that exploring data to optimize the customer experience is the key to digital transformation. So although you have already, some of you have already talk about the issue in your speeches, but I still want to develop more. When I ask the how will you deploy data to optimize the customer experience? And how about what is your strategy about your usage of data? I think Jeffrey.
Thank you, Nicole. So going back to using data as decision makings for your company, so it is even more important for consumer companies like ours to think about what kind of data decision makings are necessary to help improve the customer experience. So as an example, for Wemo Scooter, we've identified a few different touch points that we have with customers that we need to use data to make decision better. One point would be at the registration phase. One point is at their riding phase, and one having to do with their riders. One is riders' experience, and another is the rider safety. So for example, for registration, I think it's more of a standard how to improve this aspect using data. It's a lot like the e-commerce checkouts. At every single stage of your registration funnel, people drop out, and you need to figure out what's leading to their dropout rate. So I won't go into this that much, but in order to collect all those data, you need to have a more data-centric mentality to collect all those data at different stages and analyze the differences and why different users have different behaviors that leads to a dropout or a retention or a churn, I mean. So, but more specific to my industry, with regards to usage experience would be having more a vehicle available for the person when they actually open our app and they wanted to ride a Wemo scooter, they're able to find one. So that has a lot to do with analyzing the different usage patterns throughout the day, throughout different days and over different seasons. So because we've accumulated for the past 3-4 years large sets of data, we're able to start to predict at which hour, at which district, at which street in the city may there be supply and demand mismatches, and what kind of different tools or features can we give the customers to allow them to find a vehicle or direct them to a vehicle maybe using different price ranges or using different perks to affect their decision makings. So that's something that we've been trying to do. And at the same time, with in terms of rider safety, then we analyze how the users ride in different road conditions, different weather conditions, and different profiles of users, how they ride in the streets. Do they tilt their vehicles a lot? Do they accelerate? Do they use the power button? Do they ride at top speed, etc., etc.? And using all these information that we gather, we're able to figure out which kind of drivers are more prone to accidents or incidents and who not. And we actually push notifies the customers to let them know, oh, maybe you should try not to drive recklessly, or you should be more responsive driver and such. So and then at the same time, we're also developing new features to prevent them to become accident prone. So I think going back, each company needs to have a data-centric mentality or mindset, and be very driven to figure out which top touch points they want to improve their users' experiences on, and then I'm sure throughout discovering the data, you'll see insights to improve the experience overall.
Sharing from Jeffrey. Yeah, you can trace your customers' user behavior and give many feedback from your customer and provide a good user experience to your customer. Okay, and how about your opinion, Matthew?
Yes, Nicole, you are absolutely correct that many digital transformation projects failed, especially in banking. You mentioned 70%. I would say 90% of banking's digital transformation failed. I was there. And of course, to understand consumers' behavior is a tough, very, very tough thing. We talk about data. But there's two problems. You probably don't have enough data. Secondly, you don't know how to manipulate the data. Third, once you have the results, you don't know how to interpret it and develop the right product. Boston Consulting Group this morning says 90% of the digital transformation was done on digital marketing. Well, I was surprised. It is, I think it should be used at on product development, on understand consumer behavior. Instead, they understand the consumer behavior, how they respond to advertising, and spend all the money there, but they don't have the product behind it. So I was really surprised. Again, consumer behavior is tough to guess. Organization like bank, a gigantic corporation, for them to fully understand consumer behavior, I don't know why they never get it. However, the fintech startup, small company, they do much better job. Yesterday, a company called Snowflake went public. It was the largest software IPO ever on New York Stock Exchange. It is an AI cloud company using data to help do machine learning and artificial intelligence. I think we need to do more of that. I don't have answer for it. I was in the bank. We failed all the time. I think one reason's been when talking about transformation, bank talk about automation. When you look at banks' online application, it is pretty much a copy of the offline process. They just put the branch operation online. That's not digital transformation. The consumer is not getting online experience. So, long story short, yes, it is a very, very important topic. It is a challenge and a lot to be answered.
Yes, yeah, because digital transformation is a journey. We are all on the way, but it is a journey from automation to the electronical, and then the efficiency. Then right now we are going to the smart business model. So it's a long journey. So how about your opinion, Yuki-san?
Utilizing data is just a means, so it is important to draw a vision of what we want to do with it and correct the data for it. For example, in our case, in credit screening data utilization, if we are obsessed with reducing default risk and proceed with data utilization, the number of people who can use it will decrease steadily because normally some people don't pay. The purpose of providing post-paid service is to generate the credit of more people. For that purpose, it is important to actively take the risk and have users actually use them and correct the true data. By proceeding with that, we can understand the true line of the risk.
Yeah, Yuki-san mentioned a very good point, important point, that the objectives and the goal and the purpose why you generate your data is very important. Okay, then Stephen.
So I think the question really tailors for us because we are using data to eliminate the frauds and increase customer experience. So again, what TapPay does is that we detect fraud on your website. We detect your behavior. We detect whether you are using a tools that try to hide your identity. And then we give a fraud score, and then we decide if you can go to reject or you are a good person that we don't need to do any authentication on you, or we have to send you a SMS code for a second verification. So that's basically what we are doing. And Cherry is a very data-driven company, so we don't like to guess things because we have business in many countries. Each country has their own pattern. And we also work with many different industries. So different industry can have different patterns on data. Some pattern that we found is
is actually is from data. For example, that we found a customer that for example, in Malaysia is using a specific language that might be more likely to be a fraud. I cannot tell which language it is because I might be called as a racist. So, but actually that's the pattern that we found while we're doing business with customers. It's not we guessed that, but it's like we found that, and the data, the result shows us that the proof is there. And we use that data and we use that algorithm generated from data to help customer fight frauds.
Yeah, I think the more data you use, the more understanding, you can understand your customer. Okay, right now, time is approaching to the end. Okay, I would like to raise the last question, a more general question. Although the world is unpredictable, but I think you are all pay many attention to the trend of the technology and the business development in the world. So I would like to raise the question that would all of you please make a summary for us? What kind of changes do you think the development of digital economy will cause in the coming 5 years? Okay, and then what kind of big shifts will our lifestyle experience? Matthew?
Thank you, Nicole. I think in 5 years, life is going to be very, I'll use the word fascinating. You're going to do everything in one place. You probably don't have to see your doctor as much as you do today. Remote Medicare. The doctor can diagnose you online, remotely. You don't have to see, you don't have to go to a hospital. You have the super app does your planning to you. What are you going to eat tonight? Where are you going to go tomorrow? What movie are you going to watch with your girlfriend? Are you going to divorce your wife? Or are you going to have a new girlfriend? Everything is going to be done by this robot. Your life is managed, is assisted, is controlled by AI and the robots. Life is easy. Well, is it? This morning we talk about that may affect your social spirit. People, what people's going to look like. They don't have any social life anymore or reduced. I'm not painting a gloomy picture. I'm saying that life is going to be much more faster paced. And you need to think about it, what kind of life you want to have when there are so much robotic AI assistance available to you. Be proactive and plan for it now. My biggest concern, or I hope 5 years from now, there will be a lot of improvement in terms of information sharing. We talk about blockchain being the internet of trust. Internet today give us a lot of information. Information spreading is much faster, quicker, and with big volume. So information I'll categorize into two areas, public information and private information. There's so much fake news. How do you know the information you have is genuine, is authentic, is accurate, is valid? You don't know. I hope in 5 years, this probably need government's help, that there is information rating system that can tell the consumer what contents they can choose to look at, to believe in, or to listen to. That's public information. My second concern is private information. With the super app that you use, with this robot, assist you every day. They know you better than you know yourself. They have all the information. What about your privacy? I hope in the future the private innovation can help us have a choice of protecting our personal information, our personal privacy, and not to be utilized for other purposes than we like. So that's my view.
Thank you, Matthew. You gave us your summary and the issues you concerned, and yeah, I think that's very important. So then, Yuki-san.
I think that mechanization and data utilization will progress in all areas. More things will be mechanized, and which make it possible to collect more data. And companies that utilize that data will build a large economic zone. As a result, humans can spend their time doing more meaningful things, both at work and in private. Therefore, I think that many people, such as employees and customers, will gather in places where there are more meaningful things. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, then Jeffrey.
I definitely agree with both Matthew and Kakumoto-san and their predictions. So I will only speak for myself and my industry that I'm in. Of course, people say due to the pandemic or because people now stay more and more at homes, that means they don't go out as much. But if you think of it the other way, that actually means if they don't go out as much, the market is shrinking. But it also means that if you do need to go out, you probably would choose a sharing vehicle more than buying your own vehicle because you're going out less. And that's actually good for a sharing vehicle service like mine. So I would hope that in 5 years or 3 to 5 years, there will be more sharing vehicles than there are privately owned vehicles. That's a very ambitious target, but that's something that I would hope for. And together we could lower the pollution in our cities and lead to better city lives. That's something that I sincerely hope for.
Point and good for your business. Okay, Stephen.
I'm the last one. I still got 10 minutes. How can I speak? How can I say for 10 minutes? Oh, really? Okay. So I feel two things. The first thing is the world will change faster than ever because in digital world, the cost of making mistake is very, very low. Think about it's if you are building a physical store, a physical shop like 7-Eleven or like Cancun, right? A shop, you cannot make much mistake. If you build it into a wrong place, a wrong location, it's not very reasonable to like take it apart and say I'm going to move into another location. The cost is very high. But in the digital e-commerce, it's very easy. If anything's wrong, every decision is not good, just change it. And if you're an engineer, just recompile the code. It's very fast. So at nearly a zero cost. So digital worlds make people make mistake, and you don't need to get fully ready, prepared before you launch a product. So everybody tries and makes the things better. So the world is gonna change faster than ever. And the second thing I'm quite worried about is the fraud and the people who is getting unemployment. Because robots is getting more efficient and they can replace human for sure. So there's autonomous driving car. And then we have e-commerce websites. There's even no people in behind. Everything's automated. So a lot of people are gonna be unemployed. They have no job. So they probably will steal your credit card and try to make a fraud. So that's something I feel that would happen in the next 5 years.
Okay, thank you. Actually, time is up. Yeah, from my watch. I don't know, some machine issues. Yeah. Okay. So thank you for our panelists sharing. I think from the experience and the sharing, we can learn that no doubt right now we are in a world driven by ICT and technology. But I think the more technology we used, I think the more human touch we need to think about that. So and we also need to think about the social impact. And although we have many different challenges, and right now maybe there is no good solutions, but we can also see so many different opportunities. So I think if we can collaborate with each other, no matter from public sector and private sector, if we collaborate with different multiple stakeholders, I think we can go to make the better world. So thank you for all our panelists, and thank you our audience participating our afternoon section. Thank you very much.
Let's give our moderator and all the speakers another big round of applause. And would you please all stand up? Let's have a photo together on the stage. Thank you once again for your valuable input and giving us such a wonderful discussion. 再次谢谢我们的讲者以及主持人哦，我们请站到舞台的中间，一起来合照。Let's have a photo together。我们再次谢谢庄环杰执行长，再次谢谢吴新佩执行长，谢谢李立航独立董事，谢谢角元有树总经理哦。那各位贵宾，我们再稍待2分钟，我们等一下呢会在舞台上抽出我们的这个大奖哦，请大家稍后一下下哦。Let's have a photo, and then we're going to have a lucky draw on the stage。好，我们试试再次掌声给我们台上的主持人以及贵宾，谢谢。Thank you once again to Nicole. Thank you to Stephen, Jeffrey, Matthew, and Mr. Kakumoto. Thank you so much. 谢谢。好，那接下来呢，在我们结束第1天的这个会议之前呢，当然我们也要抽出这个下午场的这个大奖的得主。我们一样呢，跟上午要送出这个我们高雄顶级 Villa 的住宿券。好，我们的摸彩箱，那我们请到的是外贸协会数位商务处的林泽一组长哦，来帮我们抽奖。And to pick up the lucky winner, we have the Lin Section Chief of the Department of Digital Commerce, Taitra。好，得奖的是
华瑞国际陈冠豪总经理。
陈总有在现场吗？如果没有在现场，我们就抽下一个咯。陈总不在 ，OK， 好 ，It's not here, so we have one more chance。
展拓管理郭尚林
有在现场吗？郭顾问 ，OK。Nobody's won the accommodation voucher. We're gonna try again.
冠汇社会企业刘俊凯。
Kevin 没有在现场，我们要随便给一位讲师咯。没有了 ，All right。
平彩事业林树人，
恭喜 ，Yes, congratulations. You can take the accommodation voucher to a luxurious villa in Southern Taiwan home. Thank you again. 谢谢，我们也非常谢谢组长帮我们抽奖。各位现场贵宾，第1天的 Day Summit 就到这边告一段落。我们非常谢谢大家的参与，也非常谢谢所有的讲师精彩的讨论哦。谢谢大家的参与，也谢谢观看。Ladies and gentlemen, that ends the first day of 2020 Day Summit. Thank you once again to your participation, and thank you to all our speakers for your valuable inputs and valuable opinions. Thank you again, and thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. 谢谢大家，谢谢。